Trustee Bettinger? Trustee Johnson?
Here.
Trustee Knudsen? Trustee Meck?
Here.
Mayor Bakri?
Here. All right, we have a quorum and can continue. First item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. So the next item on the agenda is announcements. I have my little thing, but aside from that, anybody else have an announcement before I carry on? All right. I want to welcome everyone. We are pleased to have you in attendance this evening. We welcome your comments, questions, and suggestions. To address the board, please raise your hand and wait to be called on. Then come to the podium and state your name and the street on which you live. Make sure the microphone is on and speak directly into it so that everyone in the room and on the YouTube recording can hear what you have to say. It will help the board to hear and understand your comments if they are clear, concise, and respectful. Please present factual information and keep your statements relevant to the agenda item being discussed. During the public comment period, however, you may address the board on any subject. Until you are asked to speak, please be respectful of those around you and those who have the floor. All right, thank you everyone. So, next is recognition of visitors and guests. We have Mitchell Groenthal from Delta One Chamber of Commerce. Okay.
Just to correct, it's One Delta County, but we are not associated with them. We are on the board of One Delta County, but we are they're their own entity.
Oh,
again, Mitchell Groenthal. I'm the executive director for the Delta Area Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to introduce myself to the council and to the staff. I have actually spoken with staff several times over the last several months. Still have not been able to sit down with Corinne, but I definitely, hopefully the new year, will be able to do that and make some game plan of what the chamber has to do or is willing and wanting to do for the businesses within the town of Paonia. We were super excited to have merged with the Paonia Chamber of Commerce. You know, over the last several years, you know, it's been struggling, and I think they just finally came to a point to where they needed some fresh thoughts and new blood on it. So they had spoken with us, and we were happily to take on that role of taking over the chamber up here. Currently, I'm working 1 day a week up here in Paonia, but hopefully with my staff growing in Delta, I will be able to be up here a little bit more and make sure that we get our businesses or the town of Paonia's businesses what they need from the chamber. We definitely want to change the mindset of what the business community as well as the community itself has on the past Chamber of Commerce. I just want to stress, I can't stress enough on how much that we are wanting to change that perspective of what the chamber was and what we can do for the community. So that's basically everything that I had to say, but I wanted to answer any questions if you guys had any.
Questions for Mitchell? From the board? Okay. Yes, Dave.
Thanks for coming. And I'm wondering, are there other towns besides Paonia that you're able to serve?
So we are working on branching off to Cedar Edge as well. I'm not sure if you guys have heard, but as of we're in 2021. As of 2020, December of 2020, Cedar Edge Chamber of Commerce had dissolved. So we are working with the businesses up in Cedar Edge as well. We have not officially taken over that area, but we are working towards that to be able to do so. We want to make sure that if the businesses are needing us, then we're here to help them. So we officially will get to that point, but there's a lot of legal work on my end, with the nonprofit that I have to do before we can get to that point. So.
Thank you. Yes, Tammy.
I'm just curious, how does the membership work? If a Paonia business is a member, are they a member of both Delta and Paonia, or how does that work? And also, how does membership look right now?
Membership is non-existent. I am working towards on building a email list to be able to start communicating with businesses. I have started already face-to-face into the businesses, making sure that they are aware that we are here and that we can help in any way. As of so far this year, we did not ask for any membership dues. We wanted to make sure that any business that is out there that is needing help, we're going to help them regardless if they're a member or not. We will do a brand new campaign come January to hopefully get businesses to join the chamber. As of right now, we are still in the legal process we are merged legally, but we are still in the process of getting name changes, things like that. We will keep Paonia Chamber of Commerce as Paonia Chamber of Commerce. So there is separate, but we definitely will be working as one company or one nonprofit. And we, regardless if you're up here in Paonia or in Delta, we want to make sure that communication throughout all businesses is the same.
Do you have a website, or are you working on a website?
We are currently taking over the Paonia Chamber's website. I just acquired all of the login information, stuff like that. We will be rebranding the Chamber of Commerce up here completely. You guys will see that come the first of the year. But there's a lot of outdated information on the Paonia Chamber's website that will be corrected and stuff like that. So,
Other questions, comments? Okay, anything from the public?
Mitchell Gronenthal.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mitch, for making it and coming to speak to us and letting us know what's up. I hope that once you get things up and running a little more, you'll come back and let us know when things are chugging along and how businesses can join.
Of course, I would like to be able to form a relationship with the town of Paonia, so I will be here more often. As of right now, I do have a very good relationship with the city of Delta, and I do go to their meetings on a regular basis to be able to keep them updated. They have asked me I am not every month, but most of the time I am on the agenda to be able to give that update. So I would definitely be working with staff to possibly make that happen up here as well.
Great. That sounds wonderful.
Awesome. Thanks,
Thank you
guys.
so much, Mitchell.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. All right. Would anyone else like to address the board on a subject that's not on the agenda? Yes, Ms. Mist.
Thank you. Paige Smith, Delta Avenue, and I have two comments. The first one is, and I'm sorry I wasn't here to possibly have a comment on the agenda, but I'd like to point out that the two ordinance-enabled committees, Advisory Water Committee and the Tree Board, were not gotten rid of with the motion to get rid of all the committees, but those reports have not been on the agendas of late. And I'd like to suggest that they get put back on the agenda so we can have a report, even if there's nothing that happened. It would be really nice to recognize those and get those back on there. And secondly, I have some questions about the lead in the 2 million gallon tank. Unless I didn't see it on the agenda. Is it?
I believe Town Administrator Ferguson will address that in her report.
Okay, then I'll come back later on that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Watson.
Suzanne Watson, 2nd Street. So I was just wondering, was the agenda rearranged at all, or did you just approve the agenda? Okay, because typically when you have a rate increase that a budget is dependent on, you put that resolution adoption before the budget discussion. It doesn't come after you've approved the budget. So the resolution for water rate increases has to come before you adopt the budget. And I don't know at this point if you can rearrange the agenda, but it doesn't make sense to put it afterwards because you'll already have made up your mind. And you really have no way of discussing it at that point. So thank you. In the past, that's always how it's been done.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you
Ma-
very much.
Mayor
Yes.
Bachman?
Yes.
The budget adoption is at the December 14th meeting. This is a public hearing regarding the budget.
Okay, would anyone else like to address the board? Yes.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I also would like to talk about the budget. And I don't know if this is the right time or not, but I'm going to address it. I think because you guys are wanting a water raise and stuff, that there ought to be the trustees should put a hold on all raises and no new cars, vehicles, or anything until we figure out the water budget.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Markle.
Thomas Markle, 302 2nd Street. I have a couple of comments regarding the past few meetings. First, on the November 9th meeting, after reviewing it, there was about an hour and 15 minutes of discussion on an item that was not on the agenda. And that was, of course, Corinne's letters of support. I wanted to make sure that the board knows that letters of support were solicited by Corinne. And then on the other meeting, the special budget meeting, as you all recall, Michelle quit. And I suppose that you'd have to speak with her as far as her reasoning and specifics about it. But I wanted to read a quote. Quote, "I like to see women in government, and the more women the better. I'm really proud to be the first female mayor of Paonia. Women bring different views. It's not hierarchical. It's more collaborative, and we need more of that in government." And that is, of course, Mayor Bachman in the DCI, May 19th, 2020. And I wonder with whom she means collaboration, because if it's the board, I didn't see that at all with Michelle. I saw confrontation and belittlement and talking down to somebody. I saw a dialectic and a complete lack of collaboration. I don't know how you guys feel about Michelle and her capabilities, but the more time that she can spend on my projects instead of yours, the better, because she is incredibly talented and an invaluable asset. And I think it's completely shameful that you didn't see her that way. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none, let's move on to staff reports. Administrator Ferguson.
A written report is in the packet, which I will, of course, answer any questions about any of the items. I also wanted to provide for the public the update that I gave to the board following conversation with our engineering firm regarding the lead that was found in the 2 million gallon tank. I wanted to clarify that the lead is not in suspension, meaning it's not free in the water. The lead result is from the covering, the paint covering that is on the tank behind the wax coating that's on the tank and on the exterior of the tank. The direct information I was given was that the lead is not in suspension. It is in the coating behind the wax. It is no threat to our drinking water and only becomes an issue upon blasting when it becomes airborne. That there's no risk of contamination from that in the tank. And so I wanted to make that clear. I know as these results come in and with other communities and things that have happened over many years, there's always concern when anyone says lead in the water. The lead isn't in the water. As far as the last lead testing that occurred where there was an exceedance, that was December of last year, and it was specific lead exceedance at homes where samples were drawn from exterior faucets. I've been advised by CDPHE and by SGM Engineering that if we had lead exceedance in the tank, we would be failing consistently. We would be having. Also, when we did our lead exceedant testings, we have to do entry point testing, which means the water that's leaving the tank before it goes through distribution. And there's no lead exceedance in any of the entry point testing. So also there's been no fines associated with any lead exceedance. So I just wanted to make that clear to the community, the information that was shared with the board when it comes specifically to the lead findings in the 2 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Mick.
So one comment not related to lead. When will we see police reports again?
The sergeant is getting training on how to do the blotters with the coating that was added by the previous chief on the bottom. And so we've had one. This is the first one. This month is the first one we haven't had a blotter, and we anticipate that we will have that beginning again in December.
Another question. I would request that we could get the documents, the reports, the communications that you were referring to, and any other related documents that are pertinent to this 2 million gallon tank inspection. I also have a question on a 2015 CW divers inspection, which I photographed. It was really cool, and they recommended an analysis of the residue that was floating on the floor, and I'm wondering if that analysis was ever done, and if so, can we get a copy of that?
I'll follow up on that.
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
On page 12, item 6B, you're mentioning the current meter system is going to be changed over to a beacon system. And I know additional information came out today on that. Thank you very much. But I'm just wondering if that could be explained a little more, how that works and why we're changing over.
Let's see. So the information that was provided from John Watson at Badger Meter is that the Beacon software is a web-based software that you can log into from any secure site. It's not a download program like we have with the current Badger Read Center platform. They stated it can handle both the mobile reading and cellular reading, which is the remote antenna real-time reading that we're looking into. And any updates made are updated in our system within 24 hours. So it's consistent updates. It's not like a Microsoft update where a long period of time goes by and then you have a full day where your system's down because it's doing a major update to your system. They also stated that the reason they're doing this is because the Read Center program that they've been using is a Windows 7 based software and is just not supported any longer, and so that's the main reason that they decided to end the Read Center platform. And they are getting quotes on the mobile reading and the cellular reading, so we'll have an idea of what that cost will be. Once we have all of the meters replaced with the radio read, we want to move to a cellular reading so that we could do real-time, live, pull readings daily, minute by minute, and really be able to start seeing the usage of water. So,
thank you.
Yes, Ms. Mick.
On page packet page 23, I know you provided the Public Works and the Public Utilities Director's job descriptions, roles, and responsibilities for information only, but I am really concerned with the 1-year requirement of related water experience for the Public Utilities Director. I think to be able to carry out all the listed functions would be very difficult with less than a year of experience with a water system. So especially one as complicated as this. So I just ask that, I don't know if we can talk about it at another meeting, but I think that's just too brief a period to understand a water system.
we can look at that.
Right, thank you.
All right, any other questions for the town administrator from the board? Okay, seeing none. Anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Page. Frame died.
Okay. Okay. Lead.
The Apex, we were doing visual inspection. We put a drone in there just for the recoding of the system. We looked at also structure of the tank, if there was going to be bolts, and they did some bolt replacements, any I-beam structure that may need to be replaced, and then also the lead samples for the blasting portion of it. They did do sonar of the thickness of the lid and the sidewalls of the tank, and then the only one after the tank is dry, they will have to come back and do the floor to make sure the floor is still thick enough.
Was this part of, have you put an RFP for engineering to start looking at the tank? Was this before you've even done an RFP? Testing? I'm trying to find out why you haven't done an engineering for RFP. And who you paid for it? What fund was used to pay for this inspection?
This is all part of to put the RFP out for the relining. The SGM is the ones that hired the company to do it.
So, exactly what did they do? So the report says 8.3% lead concentration on the exterior. That's, and then you didn't report lead. So I just wonder, what does that 8.3% mean?
It's a concentrated of lead that's in the paint.
Entire interior?
That's exterior. The 8.3 is exterior.
17.3 interior.
Yes.
17.3%. All of the interior, every inch of paint has 17.3%. Is that how to interpret it?
Yes.
That helps. Samples just liner was
Took one from interior and one from exterior. Yes.
Wow. You have as big a problem as you think if we did some more sampling. And I mean, the reason why would the tank put an ATV through red paint on the interior based on red paint knowledge, but the idea was it has lead.
I'm not sure when they started putting regulations on lead paint.
Seems pretty piece of paint enough to really address that entire exterior. So it because being told that you need to you have to actually cover the paint.
With any new liner, we have to go bare metal, so the paint has to be removed. Yes. Correct.
Concentration.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Watson.
So my question, I too have a question about the lead in the tank. If it was relined in 2005, was it sandblasted then? Was there a way of relining it without sandblasting it? That this is the only way we can do it now.
No, it was not sandblasted in 2005 when it was relined.
And I was just wondering, how do we know someone didn't do some touch-up painting with some paint they got off the back 40 of their ranch, you know, at the time? I don't know. I mean, the lead rule went into effect in 1973, I think. So it's kind of odd that 10 years later, in 1983, we actually bought a tank that had lead paint in it for our water system. But I guess stranger things have happened. On the tank, the tank had a 7 so 1983. The span is 37 years. Obviously, didn't know about the lead at the time. And it says talking about them doing some testing of the thickness of the tank. So perhaps the 37-year lifespan is what's projected. Give us information of what is actually left in that tank. So hopefully we'll find out more because it sounds like they're still doing this presentation in January. Those are just some questions I had. Curious, Administrator's report. You talked about dark skies and the Plan Commission and what the status of the Plan Commission is. Although they were done in November, we working to
No. It's just a different system that we input the readings into. It's our computer-based program, and the Planning Commission seat is on the next agenda. That's correct.
Does that help?
Let's do that.
Testing?
Yeah.
Thank you for doing the mics, because I was getting text messages saying that they can't hear it. Have you budgeted for the new radio frequency for the water meters? Is that in the budget, or is that something to come up?
The update is from Reed Center to Beacon is in the budget, but there's nothing budgeted for going to the antenna system, no.
Oh, okay. So that would be next year's budget, maybe?
Depending on what it comes back and what it costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yes, Ms. Smith.
Paige Smith, Delta Avenue. Sorry, I forgot I had one other comment. In the Public Works job description, I don't see any mention of parks having any idea of what to do in a park, turf, irrigation. It's completely silent about that part of the job. So are you thinking you may contract out parks management, given that that position is silent on that issue? Thank you.
I'll take a look at that.
Okay, anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's move on to Public Works Utilities. Travis?
I had submitted a written report. The only other update that I have is we did get a new computer at the water treatment plant today, and it is all installed and running very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions for Travis from the board? Yes, Ms. Mick.
I have a question related to one of the disbursements in Public Works. I just saw that they that ROOP had a $7,020 sewer repair payment, and I'm wondering, does the town just lack the equipment to fix a broken line, or because it seems like we have a lot of equipment? Is that a staffing issue, or what? Why are we hiring somebody out when we have heavy equipment?
Some of it's staffing, and the other is my equipment. I can't dig as deep as that sewer line was.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Travis? All right, seeing none. Anything from the public? All right, seeing none. Let's move on to the finance report. Cindy?
I've submitted a written report, and I'll take any questions.
All right, questions from the board for Cindy? Okay, seeing none. Anything from the public? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the attorney report. Mr. Nerlin.
I do not have a written report in the packet.
Anything you want to talk about?
No, thank
okay. All right. Any questions for the town attorney on whatever he's doing? Okay, seeing none. Let's move on to disbursements. Can I get a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve accounts payable in $63,808.96. That we approve a transfer to Summit of $100,000. That we transfer to payroll and make a direct deposit of $25,825.98 and pay payroll taxes of $20,853.44.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Delay on that one, just for clarification.
That is the overlay for Meadowbrook, and a few spot overlays on Samuel Wade Road.
Any other questions for the board? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, the one-time, yeah, the one-time for $454, it's a reimbursement. Who did that go to? What was that for?
It went to the rigs for water. Was it water in the house, or was it? I can't. Went to the rigs for water leak near their property that needed a reimbursement for some of the damage that was caused.
All right, thank you.
Anything else from the board? All right, seeing none. Anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Kendall.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I have a question on Roop Excavating, $7,020 for the, it says sewer repair. Why was it so much?
A lot of it was the time it took, because we had to end up replacing almost 8 foot of pipe with a lot of services hooked to it, or 2 sewer services hooked to it, digging around several other utilities.
And did they charge you overtime for working at night?
No, they did not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I just have a simple question. On page 32, I'm blanking on what OPS means on the $297,000 account. I don't know if that's oops or is it ops. I'm kidding. but what does OPS stand for, the acronym? OPS.
Operating account,
Okay, and what is the operating account again?
that's the main account that takes in the revenue and expense out the expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Tammy, missed you.
I'd like to ask a follow-up question of Travis. You said it was because of a lot of connections. So did Roop do the connections, or did they have to sit around while you did the connections? Just, again, a little clarification. I'm not sure if he does the whole thing and town does nothing, or did he charge for those connections? I'm just curious. I didn't quite understand your answer.
It's for doing the tie-ins. He did the tie-ins, the connections, the digging. I come by after everything was done and inspected the taps like I do with any excavation.
Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
When they go that deep, do they use the barriers for preventing cave-ins?
Those two.
Did you see them on site?
I did not see him on site, no.
I think it's a precaution that should be taken when something's dug that deep, that there are those barriers in there. It can prevent an injury or even death.
All right, anything else? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Let's move on to the consent agenda. We have 2 minutes on the consent agenda. Can I get a motion?
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? No. Yes, Ms. Watson.
I wanted to point to page 40 under the public hearing. And my name is there with my comment. And it says, town attorney provided information from ordinance 2021-01 that included the public hearing portion as approved by the board. And I don't remember this being correct. I wasn't able to listen to the YouTube video, but what I said is there was nothing about public hearing in the ordinance, and I believe Mr. Nerlin said something about the board agreeing to a public hearing at a later date with the applications when they came in. So I just wanted to see that got clarified.
I'm happy to give my recollection.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that Ms. Watson's comment was correct in that there was nothing in the ordinance that required the public hearing with respect to the marijuana of licensure approval. What my comment was subsequent. Was my understanding that subsequent to that, the board approved the forms and templates and then the processes that would come into place with respect to the licensure approval.
Okay, I just wanted those minutes changed to be more accurate with what I said. Thank you.
Did you get that, Amanda? Okay, thank you. All right, yes.
Page Smith, Delta Avenue. On page 39 in the meeting minutes, I'd like it to be included that I had made the suggestion to add the allocations table to the budget. The motion was made by Trustee Pattison to add it. I'd like to have it put in that it was my suggestion to add it. And then on page 42, the way I read that about the executive session, it looks like the executive session was held, but if my memory serves me right, it was not held. So that, I don't think that's appropriately reflected in the minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? All right. Yes, Ms. Mack.
So do we need an amendment then? Okay. I would like to move that we approve the consent agenda with the recommended changes on page 40, 42, and 39. Is that right, Page 42? Page 40, 39, 40, and 42, as recommended by citizens Smith and Watson.
Second.
All right, so we have an amendment to the main amendment, or amendment to the main motion that changes be made on pages 39, 40, and 42. Do I hear all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that passes. Now, we have the main motion to approve the minutes as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes. All right, moving on to Resolution 2021-08, participation in the National Opioid Settlement. I believe this is in your court, Mr. Nerlin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So, the state of Colorado, through the Attorney General's office, has initiated, can everybody hear me? Is that a good level? A class action lawsuit against a series of drug manufacturers, opioid manufacturers. There's a proposed settlement that is in place, and what the state is trying to do, or attempting to do, is trying to get 95% of the municipalities throughout the state to participate in the settlement, which will, in essence, double the amount of funds that the state would receive as a component of the settlement. The larger the participation from the local level, the more amount of funds that will be received. As I understand the disbursement, it's approximately $32 million that would be submitted to this region as a component of this settlement. The region being the 7th Judicial District, Delta, Montrose, Gunnison, Hinsdale, Ouray, and San Domingo counties. And then there will be a regional board that will be responsible for administering those funds. With respect to the AG's office, over the past year, CML has kind of monitored and been the point person for municipalities with respect to what the status of this is. The Municipal League is recommending participation. If there was not participation in this, by participating, the town is waiving any claims that it might have against the drug manufacturers. I don't suspect that you guys have put forth any analysis with respect to that. By joining the settlement, you'd be waiving any claims that the municipality would have against these manufacturers. As I said, if Colorado gets 95% of the local governments, that maximizes the payout under the settlement. As of the 15th of this month, all of the counties within the state and 174 of 270 municipalities have approved and submitted their paperwork. I suspect that number will increase a great deal because there was a lot of municipalities that had this on their November agendas, and kind of with the paperwork working through. But the goal would be, to the extent that the trustees in the town are willing to move forward, that there's approval, if not at this meeting, at the first meeting in December, so as to kind of signal our participation and help out the state with the settlement.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Knutson.
Do we have to have 2 readings of this?
No, it'd just be one reading authorizing the participation, and then the mayor would be the point person for entering into the MOU on behalf of the town.
Other questions from the board? Okay, anything from the public? All right, can I get a motion on this?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to recommend approval is a motion of Resolution 2021-08, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Paonia approving Colorado's opioid settlement and recovery.
Do I have a second? Yes.
I'd like to amend that and add that the mayor be authorized to enter into this agreement, to sign it.
All right. Well, do you want?
I'll amend my motion for the
Okay.
same.
All right. So we have a new motion. All right, and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Let's move on now to the town purchasing policy updates, and including non-essential purchases. Ms. Ferguson.
Included in the packet is the draft purchasing policy that was primarily completed from the Finance and Personnel Committee when there was still, a Finance and Personnel Committee with the minor changes that were suggested upon the first review of the draft, and at a later date it was passed by the board that it be brought back on an agenda. This is one of the items that was tabled from the last meeting, the second of the three items that was tabled from the last meeting on the 9th, and it's yours to review and discuss and make suggestions, modifications. The one piece that wasn't included in here that's been a topic of ongoing conversation is discretionary spending, so that is an addition at the bottom, but there's no information included. So,
Okay, comments from the board? Yes, Ms. Beck.
Well, I would like to see more oversight of the bidding process, but I think we just have to pay a lot more attention. I would like to point to page 50C, published. It says published in. At a minimum, advertising. At a minimum, all formal bids and RFPs will be advertised in at least one of the following locations: a newspaper of general circulation to the town, other publications, or limited circulation or trade journals, electronic purchasing websites. I do want to point out that we do have a paper of record. I believe that should say, I would even move if, before even considering this, that we have that read published in the paper of record, and it may also be published in and the other choices. In January, the board approved the DCI as the paper of record. All legal notices that belong there and other publications should be optional. When a legal notice is published in the DCI, it's also automatically published on the Colorado Press Association public website for anyone, anywhere to research, and people know to look in the DCI for legals. I also would like to comment on the discretionary spending. I understand that that's not part of it, but I don't care what Eagle or Elizabeth or Crestone does. I remain against the purchase of coffee, snacks, and drinks for staff at taxpayer expense. The town needs to trim the budget wherever it can, and we can't afford luxuries right now.
Tammy, you want to make a motion about the paper of record?
I do want to make a formal motion that the Section C of the process be changed to read that advertising should read, at a minimum, all formal bids on RFPs will be advertised in the town paper of record and other publications of limited circulation or trade journals or electronic purchasing websites.
Okay, do I have a second on that?
Second.
Further discussion from the board? Okay, anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I just want to comment on the motion that Tammy made. It does make sense, absolute sense, to put it in the local newspaper, especially if you're trying to encourage local business. So I hope you consider this. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comment from the board or public? All right, seeing none, oh, sure.
As a business owner,
Name?
oh, Amy DeLuca, German Creek. As a local business owner, I would just caution to certain print media. I don't advertise in any print media in the valley because such few people actually really read it. So I just want to throw that out there. Personally, I think KVNF is the best advertising from here to Montrose. So I don't know, printing in the Merchant Herald or the DCI, you're only capturing a very small percentage of the population. And if you're, you know, penny pinching and trying to save money, it's very expensive to advertise in those publications as well. So just throwing that out there.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Smith.
It is still in state statute 24-70-102.
Yes, Ms. Smith.
Are you only taking comments on this motion?
All right, anything else? All right, so we have a motion to change number C, or letter C under process to add a minimum all formal bids and RFPs will be advertised in the town paper of record as well as other publications, on and on and on. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, so we have one comment on discretionary spending. Other members of the board? Yes, Mr. Knutson.
I think the employees have taken it on themselves to have a pitch-in kind of thing with the coffee and tea, and maybe that should be just noted under discretionary spending.
I was aware of that, and yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
So I don't know if it needs a formal motion, but just reflect that in the document, that that's what the employees have chosen to do.
Mayor, may I?
Yes.
So it was in there exactly for this to have the conversation, because we stated that while we were looking at this, we would have the conversation. I had stated that I would include the findings from the other communities, and that's why that is in there. The only thing I would say is that I wouldn't think you would reference in the town's document what the town staff is doing with their own money. That's our personal money. It's not town funds, and I don't want to confuse anyone and think that we're using town funds to chip into, or some way it be. I just would wonder if putting a reference in a town document about how individual staff chooses to spend their money would be the right place to do that.
Okay, well, I would tend to agree with Ms. Ferguson. I mean, this is not a document that's going to be gone tomorrow. This could be carried on down the road, and so 10 years from now, if they came back and looked at this, I don't think it'd be appropriate to put anything in about the current staff. So, do we want to make a statement such as there will be no discretionary spending allowed, or just take the whole discretionary spending thing out, or what kind of limits do we actually want to put around that?
In the old purchasing part, the current purchasing policy is 12 pages long, and it goes into very much detail about how to bid and how to open and RFPs and all of that, which could all be put in here, but like I say, then it becomes a purchasing manual. But in that is also about petty cash. The town does not currently have any petty cash. We just don't keep funds on hand, and we don't have petty cash, never have. I mean, well, I don't know, we did have, that's why we don't have. But, so we could add that petty cash in here for purchases from $0 to $50 is what it was in the purchasing policy. So, I mean, you know, if somebody has to go get some paper clips real quick, there would be a petty cash fund, but then somebody's got to be in charge of the petty cash fund, and I don't know if you want that in there or not.
So are we currently just using the credit card or whatever to go by so that we have a paper record on everything,
Or
every
where we
single
have an
purchase.
account, you know, generally that comes into places where we, you know, like Dawn's, we have an account, or Napa, or, you know, we have credit cards. Isn't what we do now.
Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
Why don't we just drop that paragraph?
You want to make a motion?
That we eliminate paragraph E, because it implies that discretionary funding is available, and we don't have that.
Okay. Do I have a second on that? All right, further discussion from the board. Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Could we, instead of deleting that, just put, you know, NA? You know, it's not something we're being used. I mean, otherwise, someone may look and see that, hey, you've forgotten to put this whole thing in there. So that would be my choice.
Do you want to amend the motion to keep it but just put NA?
Yes.
All right, do I have a second on that?
Second.
Further discussion on that piece? All right. Yes, Suzanne.
Suzanne Watson. So I'm a little confused. I think that sounds like a great idea, but I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask this question, if it applies, but the title of this agenda summary form description on page 48 says Town of Paonia purchasing policy updates, including non-essential purchases. And my question is discretionary spending what you consider to be non-essential? Because when I type non-essential into the packet, there's nothing in this document that says non-essential in it. So I'm just a little bit confused. And I also think that efficient use of taxpayer dollars and non-essential purchases sounds like a little like an oxymoron. So I was just wondering where non-essential fits into this, and does that mean discretionary spending? I don't know. If you could explain that, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Anyone have an opinion on that? I guess not. Ms. Smith.
H. Smith, Delta Avenue. I would suggest that if you're going to leave that section, you say there shall be no non-essential or discretionary spending. Just leave it, period. So there's no question. And I just want to bring up what is on page 53, which was the census of other towns. So I called Johnstown and Eaton today, and neither one of those towns used taxpayers' money for staff. I spoke to the financial person at Eaton and I believe the town administrator in Johnstown. They do not buy coffee for the staff with taxpayers' money. Johnstown does buy for some meetings, but I just want to clarify that. I didn't call them all, and I don't know why you would even include this in here, frankly, other than to stick it to me. And the other thing is, I did not go look at the existing spending policy, but Trustee Budinger just brought up that there's a lot of information in the existing one. And is this intended to supersede the old one?
So for all of those, I emailed, and I have emails from these communities that state they do these things specific. So I don't know about that, and it was not to stick it to you. It was because I stated that I had gotten the information and it was requested that I include it, so I did. And this topic was driven and requested to be on the agenda by the board, and it was my understanding that this was an update to the existing, so this would be the updated version of the existing. This would replace it.
Well, none of us have the original version to compare to. It's probably embedded in some agenda packet way back when, and it's not on the web page. So I have no idea about that. But I would suggest you leave it as a purchasing manual about how to do RFPs, that you have to have bid openings. I think you should leave that because I think that's imperative to make sure that everyone is treated the same that comes in for a contract, et cetera, an RFP. And again, I'd have to say, to be instructed to spend staff time to do all this, I'm sorry, that was a waste of your time. And I don't know why you just can't understand that. I know it just sounds like a cup of coffee, but expensive coffee makers, $750 worth of things in 9 months is serious. And I hope the public that's listening that thinks I am out of my mind, I am not. This is public money. You cannot spend public money on the staff. And I'll stop.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Brew.
Yeah, Bill Bruner, 2nd Street. Yeah, as far as the motion to mark that discretionary spending portion NA, I hope that NA means not allowed. Because I too don't think that non-essential purchases have any place in a town's budget. And I'm not sure this is the right place to make this comment, but I'm very disappointed that there is no attempt to address serial spending, wherein a town staff can make a series of purchases just under the spending limit without board approval that add up to, we've seen in the last year, $100,000. And I think this is an oversight. And as Paige brought up, I believe it would be really appropriate to put this off until the existing policy is included so that people have, apples and oranges to compare. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruner. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Budinger.
Serial spending is covered in the existing policy. It is, yeah. I haven't got it with, it's the 12 pages, There, it says that there are limits to approvals, and you cannot do several approvals to avoid the limit. So that's the serial spending. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? All right, so we have a motion to put NA under the discretionary spending. Is that correct? Is that what you have, Amanda? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I have the amended motion to keep paragraph E, adding NA to it.
Okay.
Is that?
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that motion fails. So, here's the question. Do we want to bring this back with the other policy, or how do we want to handle this at this point? Yes, Ms. Mack.
I would move that we table this until the newly appointed members are seated. Until then, until then we follow the old policy and.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
I'd ask.
Yes, I apologize, and I should have made note of that. May I?
Go for it.
Okay. So I motion to table the consideration of the, what's this called?
Purchasing
policy updates until newly appointed members are seated. And that this, after they are seated, that this be brought back to the board with the old policy included in the packet.
Okay, does the second still stand?
Yes.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, next, the town treasurer position. Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I really appreciated the oversight that former trustee Ross King provided to us. I like the idea, and I think this is the third option that was suggested by the in the report by our attorney, that we have an independent set of eyes that looks at the treasury and not, that a lot of other towns have said the finance director can do this, but given the history of Paonia, I think our citizens would be much more in favor of having another set of eyes on it. So I like the way it was organized with former trustee King.
Other comments from the board? Yeah, I personally very much appreciated Mr. King's contributions to the town and everything he did. I think, yeah, having an extra set of eyes is really good. That the finance director would then basically take most of the, take the duties, basic duties of the town treasurer, but we would appoint another person to do it. Now the question is, Mr. King did that for, I think we're budgeted for $100 a month for a treasurer, and he did it for nothing. He didn't take. Oh, I thought he did not take his money. Oh, okay. Never mind then. I was mistaken. All right. So, shall we can put out a request for letters of interest outlining that this is the job and this is how much it pays, and see if we get anything. Yes, Mr. King.
One thing I'm concerned about that is that means that whoever's taking the treasurer position would work for slave wages, just the same as us. So maybe we ask for letters of interest that include required remuneration.
So structure it similar to a request for proposals?
Yes. Trustee Budinger, you seem on the verge of saying something there.
I am. You know, the treasurer that we used to call him was more of a top level. I mean, more of assistant to, not assistant, cooperation with the town finance director. But he was able to not be so much focused on the day-to-day, in which the finance committee was. It focused on the day-to-day things. But he was like things like franchise fees or new lines of credit or banking relations or larger one-time items that he was familiar with, had connections with, or could do research on and help our internal staff with. So it's that kind of thing. It's not just another eyes to look. He actually did work. And so if you're putting out an RFP or a letter of interest, you know, maybe we should include these things. And I don't know. They figured when we instituted this, they figured to give him the same pay as a trustee. So that's how we got that number. And it's more of a civic duty kind of thing rather than a job. So I don't like the RFP bit.
Other comments from the board? Okay, would somebody like to make a motion?
I move that we send out a letter requesting letters of interest from people who are interested in such a thing, but not asking them for how much they want.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, further discussion from the board? All right. Anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Smith.
Paige Smith, so what are you going to say that these people are going to do? I mean, it seems like you need to see what they're interested in doing, and I don't think you want them doing what the statute actually outlines. And some of the things Trustee Budinger suggested are good, but I don't think that's all. Could you distill what Ross King did and put that, and I'm wondering what it was. So that's why I'm asking. I don't really understand what he did and what you're going to ask somebody else to do. Thank you.
So, so it seems like, so we want to put out something for letters of interest, but we need to actually put together kind of like the job description that we're looking for prior to that. So it seems to me we can take a vote on the motion and then, or amend it to have a job description brought back to us at the next meeting, and then we can put it out. How does that sound? Okay, so we would need an amendment to the motion to have a quote-unquote job description brought back to us at the next meeting.
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor of amending the main, oh yes, Tammy.
I would hope that that job description is very short and concise because people don't like to read a long list of things to do. And if they want more information, they can call.
All right, anything else from staff? I mean, board, duh. Okay, yes, Dave.
Are we going too much into the weeds to have to review the job description? I think that asking the staff to prepare a letter and asking the staff to prepare a summary of duties in a paragraph form would be sufficient and not delay getting a treasurer. So I would trust staff to be able to summarize the duties.
Okay, so then the motion would be to, so we have a amendment to the main motion so that a nay vote on that motion would take us having to review it, and then it would just come back to the main motion to put out letters of interest. Does that make sense to the board? Okay, all in favor of the amendment to the main motion to have staff write up a job description?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? And bring it back to the board. That was the other piece. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Then that, yeah, no.
Okay. Well, let me clarify one more time that we have an amendment to the main motion to have a job description brought back to the board. All in favor? Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that passes. Now the main motion, which is to have letters of interest brought forward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right. So the staff will write up a job description and then post it for letters of interest. All right, thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Watson?
I just had a question about the job description. If there are requirements in state statute and the statute actually says shall versus may, is our job description going to reflect that?
Okay.
And I don't know if there's wiggle room to that. And that's just a question maybe Bo Nerlin can ponder while they're doing these things.
Thank you for that. And we'll check into it and make any changes as needed. All right. Next on the agenda is the public hearing on the proposed budget. Yes, Ms. Jones.
So before we start the public hearing, I had Trustee Knutson asked me to do a very brief training on ClearGov for those that are not are struggling to access ClearGov and get the information. So I would, if that's all right with you, I'd like to do that quick training.
That would be wonderful, Cindy. Thank you.
So hopefully y'all recognize this page. This is our website. If you go down here and click on ClearGov, it will take you to our ClearGov site. Yeah. Apparently it's very slow tonight. There's a lot of bandwidth being sucked up in this room. So your categories are right here across the middle. So we have the overview, and you can then scroll down through and look at that information. You can go to revenue, and right here is where you can change the fund that you're looking for and then scroll down through that information. You also have your different years up here that you can, if you want to go back to a different year, the information, the 22 is going to be budget, the 21 is going to be budget and actual, and the other ones are going to be actual. Same with expenditures. If you click on expenditure, you can change the fund right here. And you can change the years up here. Then you have demographics, the debt page, and then the checkbook page is the new addition, and that will house all the checks as the for the year. It's up through September. It will get it gets updated monthly, or when we have time. Hopefully monthly. So that's the gist of ClearGov.
Anybody have any quick questions on it? Okay, then let's move on to our budget hearing. Trustee Ferguson.
Nope.
Trustee.
Nope.
God, close. Very close.
So we, of course, early on in the year, in the budget season, the board was presented and approved a schedule for the different work sessions and meetings that would be held to go over the budget. Of course, we got delayed and a couple of the meetings were canceled. We did pick those up with some extra meetings and an as-needed meeting. So we did hold the number of meetings that were initially approved and scheduled by the board. We've had several work sessions, gone over several iterations of the budget. Of course, had tie along with RCAC here specifically for water. Made some major adjustments in comparison to what's been done previous years with removal of the impact fee, a different utilization, looking at a different utilization of the capital improvement fund for the completion of the master plan in 2022, and with reallocation of portions of payroll from the enterprise funds to the general fund, including all of trustees and beginning to move good percentages off of administrative staff into the general fund and out of those enterprise funds. Cindy has the budget document on the screen, which is the full budget document to date, and also provided on the table and at for the community members, and provided at your table was the legal side spreadsheet that basically takes our 220-page budget document, the full budget document, when it's all said and done, not what's included in the packet, and distills it down to the one page, which hopefully is very useful information for the community and the board. And Cindy, okay. And I'm going to turn it over to Finance Director Jones, who's going to provide a brief synopsis presentation and then be open for questions.
All right, Ms. Jones.
So on this form, you'll see the draft 2022 budget to the left. The next set of boxes is the approved 2021 budget. The next set of boxes would be the 21 versus 22 comparison in dollar and percentage. And then there's an explanation of revenues for each of the funds and expenditures of each of the funds, explaining why it has increased or decreased. And then you'll see the departments over clear on the far left side for each of those. Then you have your totals for the general fund, for the specialty funds, for capital improvement, for the enterprise funds, and then your grand total at the bottom. In municipal budgeting, we budget expected revenues with expected expenditures. So we have the revenue to go to pay for the expenditures. That's what the budget is. The increases are generally where we have been saving over the years. In particular, the street capital fund is a perfect example. We've been saving for probably close to 10 years now to do that 3rd Street project. And it's just now coming to the point where we actually have enough money to potentially do that project, barring any additional cost increases. But per their last projection we had was $500,000 for 2 blocks. We now have accumulated that $500,000. So that is, we're showing that the additional revenue with the occupational tax, the reserves that we're going to bring in, the transfers from the capital fund to bring us to the $500,000. So that's why there's such a large increase in that fund, is because we've saved and now we're going to spend it. Okay, so that's just a quick overview of what you're looking at. I hope it helps.
All right. Well, let's start out with questions and comments from the board on the budget. Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
First of all, I really appreciate this sheet because it helped bring a lot of clarity to a very lengthy document. So I wanted to thank our finance director for that.
Okay, other questions? Yes, Ms. Mick.
So I would like to point out, and I would like to thank one of the members in the audience for pointing this out for us. If we follow Investopedia and several other websites, the calculation for the percentage change between 21 and 2022 is 79.05%, not 44.73%. I think that is a tremendous, huge budget. I understand we have a lot of costs, but a 79% increase in budget from one year to another for a town that is struggling is, in my opinion, unacceptable.
Yes, Ms. Jones.
So that calculation is not correct. The numbers in this document that you're referring to is on page 68 of the packet. And if you look at the top, it says 21 estimated actuals, 22 budget. The calculation is actually on the 2021 budget to 2022 budget, is where you get the 44% increases from budget to budget, not estimated actuals to budget.
And I would also like to add that I went to multiple websites too because I didn't understand how you calculate a percent of change. And so I went to multiple websites to get the formula and then did the formula as they said, and it comes out to 44%. You look at the 2022 budget, you subtract from that the 2021 budget, and then you divide the remainder by the 2021 budget. And that comes out to 44%.
That's funny because I get 79%. So
apples and oranges.
I want proof. Give me proof.
So try this. Take
All right, she's got a percentage.
Madam Mayor, if I may. Okay. First, let's agree on the numbers we're going to use. the approved budget 2021, $4,042,566.54. I got that number from the very bottom. See where it says 2021 approved budget? It says revenue. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go to expenses. We're talking expenditures here that we're worried about, right? Increase in expenditures. That's why I want to make sure we're doing the same numbers. Yeah.
Not the total budget, that's revenue.
So you're talking about expenditures, right, Trustee Meck? Increase in expenditures year over year.
Yes.
Okay, so let's take expenditures for 2021 of $4,384,659.28. We're going to subtract that from expenditures of $6,345,749.75 and get a total. And I think the total will be $1,961,090.47. Is that correct?
We don't have the number, but if you look at the percentage change calculator, it does show that the percentage change from 4,384,659 to 6,345,749 is 44.73%.
So, I'm reading across the very bottom of the sheet that our finance director gave us.
Even that's unacceptable. I'm not sure why this is funny.
It isn't.
Even that is unacceptable. Even that is unacceptable. I'm sorry, that's a huge increase in a budget from year to year for a town that is slowly draining its savings.
That is the increase is specifically because of that, because we're using budgeted in the expenditures the funds that have been held in reserve for these specific projects. That's why they were not included in the 2021 budget expenditure, because we weren't expending that fund, we were keeping it in reserve. And now we're moving that $524,000 to the streets capital in anticipation that we're going to be able to do the project we couldn't afford to do this year because of the increase in cost. And we've moved now $800,000+ into the water enterprise so that we can do that tank from money that was held in reserves and grant funds we're going to receive. That's why it looks like such a large percentage increase.
And I'd also like to put out that some of this increase comes from, so we have $380,000 that's grant income that, fell into our pockets. I mean, we can't ignore that. The other thing is we have sales tax increases from the marijuana. Those are increased revenues that the taxpayers asked to put in. So those need to get put into the budget as well. And then when we look at expenditures, those funds need to be expended in the street capital, so they have to be expended. So part of this is increasing revenues and grant funds that we haven't had prior to this. And then the other piece of taking our revenues and actually spending them on the projects that we've been saving up for. It was like our garbage truck. We saved up for years to be able to buy the garbage truck, and then we could finally buy it.
And the old garbage truck is sitting down at the wastewater treatment plant.
Now, we haven't gotten around, and the board has not approved the getting rid of old equipment yet. So, yes, Ms. Jones.
The trash truck is down there to use for emergencies.
Other comments from the board? All right, I'm going to open it up to the public. And let's try and keep it to 3 minutes apiece. I suspect we're going to have a lot of comments, so let's try and keep it to 3 minutes apiece. Yes, Ms.
I would move we allow 5 minutes apiece.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Did you vote, Mr. Johnson? I didn't hear you.
I think we should allow people 5 minutes.
All right, 5 minutes apiece. All right, Mr. Bruner. Okay.
Thank you. In regard to the 44.79%, I'm not sure what site's been pulled up for this discussion, but having been in business for myself for many years, I remember when I was young and I found out what a retailer's markup meant. And that's what this is. It's a retailer's markup. And let me give you an example. If you have something that costs $1 and you sell it for $2, you've marked the price up by 100%. But a retailer looks at the percentage of the sales price that he profits, and that's 50%. Okay? And that's the gross profit. Of course, he has to take his expenses out of that. But that's what this formula, I believe, is showing, is the gross profit of the change from one year to the next. Taking the numbers that were on the screen just before this, the 600 and some to the 300 and some to the 600 and some, I believe are the numbers that were presented in the budget transmittal letter. And those numbers, the 44%, is the increase is 44% of the new number of the 6,500,000 or whatever it is. The increase is 79% of the budgeted estimated actual increase. So it's almost an 80% increase in spending over last year. And whatever you want, however you want to figure it, it's almost an 80% increase in the spending. I think it's too much. I don't think that the staff has demonstrated the ability to spend that much money in a year. It's going to be a lot of work to spend that. We've had an explanation here for $500,000 for 2 blocks of 3rd Street and $350,000 or so for a grant that comes in. That still leaves over $2 million of increase that I just think is way too much to go 1 year in this town. I think it shows a tremendous lack of restraint on the part of the board to have allowed it to get this far, and I think it shows a lack of restraint on the part of the staff to suggest such an increase to the public of this town. Later in this packet, I believe there's something about a low-income housing grant that puts out the reason that we might want this is we're so poor. Our median income is $41,000 a year or something. And it's like, you just can't go increasing spending this much and putting this on the people of the town. This isn't going to go back. What spending levels goes down? I mean, we had 2 years of 25% increase, and now we've got 80%. I ask you to send this back and have people sharpen their pencils and come back and do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruner. Yes, Mr. Merkel.
Okay, I have a different take on the analysis here. Cindy, can you open up the spreadsheet that I sent you at the beginning of the meeting? Emailed you a link. Okay, is there any way that you can open a link on that laptop? Is there a way that I can send you a link to open? Of course not. No. Okay. Awesome. Okay.
She's using doesn't have network access to it,
It would be really helpful if other people could use this technology as well. Thank you. So I should forward it to Corinne, your town address?
Yes.
Okay, I can talk about it while you open it. So it's really difficult to compare year over year spending in a complex budget like this, because you can't just say, okay, we have the general fund, say, will receive grants and transfers and other, there's a lot of different sources of incomes and expenditures. So it's not really easy to compare year over year by fund or even by department. A lot of times something that's in one department gets moved to a different department. So I'll be able to show you here. My take on it was to go back to the DOLA budgets and they go back to 2010 and pull out the actual taxes received and the actual water fees received, right? Because those are going to be pretty close. Like those aren't really going to change due to budgeting constraints. Those are like the very beginning sources. There's something like the springs on the hillside, right? This is the maximum that we can start with. Corinne?
I'm getting there. I have to
Okay.
get into this. She's got to
Now
get
you
out
got
of
to
it.
transfer who's in control here. Okay. So I'll describe a couple of points from about 2008, and this is actual. This is not planned or budgeted. These are the actual numbers. From about 2008 to 2015, the total for the taxes and water fee income hovered around $1 million. Okay, yeah, here we go. So right around $1 million. And then you can see the percent increase there in the fourth column, or I guess it's the fifth from here. It kind of shakes around, and then from 2015 on through 2022, it just goes up. 2%, 8%, 6%, 14%. This is increases year over year. So if I graphed it, Corinne, can you pick the graph at the bottom there? Yeah. So here's what it looks like. And after looking at COVID exposure graphs for 2 years, I'm sure you all recognize this as exponential growth, right? So that means that if we keep this up, if you guys don't learn how to say no, I have some bad news. All the people in this town on fixed income, anybody that relies on Social Security as a significant part of their income, is going to get pushed out. It's just going to happen, okay? That's the track that you're putting us on. That's the track you're keeping us on. And the only way to change it is to send these guys back and say, listen, we don't have that money. We want to keep the people who live here, and we need your help to do it.
Sorry, now I'm connected.
So, or don't, and just replace all your neighbors with wealthier people and change the character of town, which I think is probably what some people are working towards in this town. It's up to you. This is just one way I found to look at it that I thought to be very helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Markle. Okay, anyone else? Yes, Ms. Munoz.
Melissa Munoz, 503 Fifth Street. So I just wanted to point out, that was a really nice, I think, summary there, but I also wanted to point out, when I was hearing these numbers, like Mayor Backren had mentioned that taxes from marijuana dispensaries, grants, how is the layperson supposed to see that? Because I didn't really see that when I look at these graphs, this invisible money, so to speak. So my question would be is how is that projected? I know that we have 2 dispensaries, recreational, that should be opening maybe within the next 3 months or less. But one of the dispensaries that seems to me that would bring in the most, the one that offers medical and recreational, they had said that it could possibly be a year out to build the space before they even are able to open. So one of my questions is that seems to be one of the new avenues of revenue for the town, but how do you even go about estimating what that money would be, and how does that break down actually in these finances here? And on top of that, grants or other money that we're not looking at that gives us the impression that perhaps we might have more money available, but yet we don't really know what that is, if that makes sense.
So Ms. Jones has done extensive research into how much we're projecting to get off the marijuana, and we have really lowballed it. She went to, anyhow, she looked at several communities and the shops how much revenue they got in their shops, from their shops, and all she did not budget any sales tax. She only budgeted the occupational tax, which is the $5 per transaction. And she took the lowest number that she thought feasible to come up with that figure. And things like the grants we got from ARPA, that money is sitting in there and it is designated for the tank lining. So that money will be held and be kept until we reline the tank, and whether that is in this year or next year because of the lead abatement. And it's in the other spreadsheets that have been put forward. It's been laid out in those spreadsheets. It's just not laid out in this document. And it's in the, as I recall, if you go through all the figures and stuff in the town's actual budget, it's in there as well. I hope I answered your questions. Okay. Other comments? Yes, Ms. Kendall.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. The $2 million up over last year scares me really bad because we don't have the money. We don't know if we're going to have the income. I don't think you should put all your eggs in baskets for grants or for the marijuana. I think before you start trying to spend the marijuana money, I know that she's done a good job on that. I'm saying how much that you think it will be, and it could be more, it could be less. But until we have actual figures and see what it's going to do, I don't think we should count on it. And the same with grants. What's going to happen when these people that are giving grants come back and say, well, guess what? We gave you $500,000 last year or 10 years ago. We want 30% of your water. What's going to happen when that happens? Because grant money isn't free, guys. No matter what you guys think it is, somebody's going to want it back at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Smith.
Paige Smith, Delta Avenue. Well, I am so confused because we've had so many different budgets and totals. So this is the hearing. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to be spending and what we're going to be getting in revenue. So how much of a moving target do we have, and when will this be over? When will we really know? This is new numbers. The allocations form has different numbers. The table that was in the packet has different numbers. I absolutely do not understand what we're going to be spending money on, in the final. And why would why would it be changing this much at the budget hearing? It's beyond comprehension what we're supposed to be commenting on. So that's a frustration. I was curious as to where the transaction fees for the pot, where they are in the allocations table. Maybe it's not its own item. It's not a line item in revenue. So I don't know if it's being accounted for, the 115,000. And this again is what is in the packet. I had mentioned last meeting that this table was not in the budget hearing last Wednesday. It's not in this packet either. And this is the capital improvement allocations for 2022. And it's spending for computers, vehicles, streets, for a total of $729,908.47. So my question is, why is that amount listed as revenue in the allocations table? Isn't this money we plan to spend? So if anyone has that in front of them, so I don't understand. Am I missing something here that you have $729,000 to spend on the $729,000 you're going to buy? I would love to understand that. Please.
Yes, Ms. Jones.
So the 729,000 is a combination of sales tax, the carryover from this year and airport revenue.
So
then we're going to
So-
turn around and spend that by transferring 240,000 to street capital. We're going to spend the balance of that in capital outlay.
So is there a reason you have not included the itemized spending associated with those dollars in this packet, which I thought was going to be the final budget that we would all be discussing?
It is in here. It's on.
Is it? I'm so sorry if I missed it.
It's not the itemized, no. It's the fund shows the 140, 50, 729,000 revenue, 681 expenditures. I'm carrying over a reserve, which is the airport revenue of 48,000.
My point is, that is a number. This has all the things that you plan to buy that I think people would really like to know, including the trustees. I'm not sure you're familiar with this table. It's a pretty important table, and I think it's really important to be included in this budget document. And thank you for the explanation of the revenue versus the expenditures.
And that is on ClearGov.
I'm sorry, ClearGov is not what you're putting in front of the public to be viewed during a hearing. I'm sorry.
It sure is.
Excuse me?
It sure is.
That is the document that was included in the packet is pulled directly from ClearGov,
But
which is the budget.
But
That's
no
what we
one is
printed.
looking at ClearGov. They're looking at this agenda packet. And to go back and forth and see what's there and what's not, is difficult, to say the least. And so my other comment is, so your budget message is a lot of boilerplate from last year, with numbers revised, of course, but here is my concern. This upcoming year is not like the 2021 budget year. There's no mention of our water system and how much time and effort and money is going to be needed for this new, not just the tank and not just the altitude valve, but this is a paradigm shift for this town. There is so much that needs to be addressed, and none of that is acknowledged in here except in some line items here and there about the tank. We have so much more. For anybody who read the JDS report, there is so much that needs to be done, and it's not, you know, you've pushed off the planning and you're not acknowledging that in this budget. So I would love it if you would address some reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Watson.
Suzanne Watson, 2nd Street. So when, at the beginning of the meeting, when Trustee Meck expressed her frustration with the size of the budget, to me, what comes to me is the reason why it seems like a lot of money that we're spending with no planning. There's not been a public planning process. There have been no planning retreats before the budget started this summer. There's been no strategic planning, and then we're being like told that the money's going to be spent this way, and this way. But I don't know how much of a board and public consensus that was. It's more of a staff plan that you're looking at now and agreeing to. If you go to the City of Delta website, it's pretty remarkable. I mean, they spent many meetings this summer doing their strategic plan for their capital spending. And after they arrived at that, they were able to do a very sensible budget, you know, based on their planning. And so it's too late now, but I think that's in some way why this number is so shocking to me. when I went through this budget, some of the things that I would like to see in here and the descriptions, okay, we have back the badge on page 63. I'd like to a little bit better description of what we got ourselves into with back the badge. What exactly did we agree to? I'd like an explanation in here as to why we can't lower the police budget at this point because we agreed to back the badge. I want to know what the trustees, I mean, we agreed to some terms with the county, and then they put us on the ballot, and now we're getting some money. I'd like to know when that sunsets. I think this needs to be explained here in the dialogue. When we go down to the marijuana revenue, it's kind of hidden here, I think, under street, bridge, alleys, storm drains, and street capital improvements. So there's a little discussion here about this fee that's going to come from the marijuana, the transaction fee. But then there's a list of staff-generated projects, and there's no reflection of what the voters actually dedicated this money toward. And I don't want it to be forgotten that we said street trees. We'd like help pruning the trees, you know, on the town right-of-ways. There are dangerous situations there. It's all on the backs of homeowners now. We're looking at thousands of dollars that people can't afford to do. And that was one of the reasons why we put the landscaping on the right-of-ways there. And we were told that that was indeed a capital improvement project. I'd like that reflected in the language here so we don't forget and see the projects just turn into paving projects and this and that. There was a range of ways that money could be spent, and I'd like that to be honored. I want to go down to the water rates here. I know I'm not going to be popular with everybody when I say this, but let me see. We're on page 65, and we're talking about, says water base rate increase of $5 in 2022 was a 15.63% increase and is as follows. And it shows you the in-town, out-of-town, the in-town commercial, and the out-of-town commercial. Well, it's actually not 15.63. And so I don't know if you're using that as an estimated number, a general number to describe it. So I don't know where you came up with your estimated total revenue. Because if you look at it, the highest percent increase is on the in-town residential users, the lowest tier on that. Indeed, it is 15.625% on the people who are currently at $32 a month. But when you go up to the $37 a month users and the 42, the percentage actually goes down. It goes down from to 13.51% for the $37 users, and it goes down to $11.90 for the out-of-town users. So, I mean, over time, the in-town residential users, if you just do a flat increase on everybody, they're going to start paying more and more, and that difference between the two is going to evaporate. I know water rates were increased in the same way a few years, last year, I think, just by a simple number. So I'm questioning that 15.63 number that's been written into here because it's actually not accurate. It doesn't really reflect what happened.
Madam Mayor, can I interrupt for a second?
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Suzanne, you've gone well over the 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure I was the only one.
Okay. Can you just summarize in a couple quick sentences, please, Ms. Watson?
Yeah, I am. Oh, yeah. So again, the planning priorities. I'd like to know what the board priorities are and planning based on new tax revenues. And I think that was actually probably it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Really, please realize if you let one person go over 5, like you have already, you have to let everybody. You can't pick and choose. Thank you.
Nobody went over 5.
Oh, okay.
All right, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Bruno.
So I'll try to get up to 5, I guess. To go back to what Paige was saying, the money in there for vehicles and stuff like that, as an example. I don't think you need to buy those vehicles. I think we're kind of like a kid with $10 in his pocket and a vending machine in front of him. We're trying to spend it all. One of the things we know that we're going to need in the near future is a lot of money to end the moratorium on water taps. You're going to have to do that before you can get your low-income housing going even. There's a statutory limit on how much you can transfer to the water fund because it's a standalone business, and I think you should eliminate that, and we'll talk about that later. But there's no limit on how much you can loan to that fund. And I would suggest that if you went back and really sharpened your pencil and tightened your belt and took the padding out of this budget and the slush funds and put some money aside, that you might be able to loan the water fund in the future for things that are going to be really necessary. I mean, this water moratorium is turning into a horrible deal. Everybody swore this was going to be the shortest moratorium in history. We're 2 years into it. The only thing in this budget that I'm aware of that addresses it at all is $25,000 for some pre-engineering on a reservoir. And I think that's great. I would like to see that stay in there. I think there should be more like that. But we're living for today with this budget, and there's a lot of tomorrow coming up. And, you know, I don't know how it's going to go, but if this goes down, and it is a 79% increase over the estimated actual from this year, I expect there's going to be people that rebel. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Markle.
Sorry, I wanted to address the comment about the marijuana tax estimate. It's pretty straightforward. The estimate was $5 per transaction, 25 transactions per store per day estimate, 26 days open, 3 stores, 12 months a year. The total was $117,000 for the estimate. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it makes sense at least. And I also wanted to note on my final year there for the data, the percent increase between this year and next year is 34.6%. That is the money that's being collected in taxes and water revenue increases by 34% under your proposed budget. And if you remove the change in taxes of the marijuana, 117,000, it's still 34% increase from last year. Thanks.
Anyone else? All right. So I'm assuming we will need some kind of motion to move forward with this? No? No, okay. All right.
So this was just an opportunity for the board to hear comments from the public and concerns, and it is the opportunity for the board, if they want to make any changes that would be part of the permanent budget that you'll see on December 14th, this would be when this would be that time.
All right, then it is open to the board to make some motions as to if we want to change things. Yes, Ms. Mapp.
Madam Mayor, I move to reject the 2022 draft budget in its entirety because it would be fiscally irresponsible for the board to adopt it without a clear plan in place.
Do I have a second? That motion dies for a lack of second. Okay. Any other motions from the board? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
We've heard a lot of back and forth from the public about increases and the dire need to be focusing on water. And to me, that is really huge. I can definitely see the points about, do we need 6 police cars for 4 people that are on duty? That's a big question. So some of the capital expenses, I think we can forego. Some of the possible staff increases, I really want to see the water and public works focused on. I know this board has been remiss in time and again, the staff has come to us and says, what's your priority? What's your priority? And they almost have to guess because we're not giving them clear direction. So the idea that we need a retreat, that we need to spend more time in giving clear direction, I think that's really important. I don't know if I'm ready to make a motion right now to radically change the budget.
Mayor?
All right, thank you. Yes.
I would like to provide the information to the board. If you look at, there is no police vehicle purchase in this budget. We removed that and discussed that at the last work session. And there is 1 vehicle purchase in Public Works Department. Part of the funds that are carrying forward still show because they have to stay and show until they're expended. They won't be expended until we're invoiced, and those Public Works vehicles that were purchased in 2021 were already board approved for purchase. So until we receive them and they invoice us, that money will stay and show in the budget.
Yes, Ms. Smith.
May I make a statement? Okay. Unless there are radical changes to this budget, I cannot support this budget. The process itself, poorly executed and resulting in a rewritten draft 1 week away from tonight's hearing, was flawed. I voted last week's special meeting to bring this before the public and had hopes the public comment would bring about change in the thinking that this town can spend its way out of its problems. It can't. To paraphrase a former trustee, this is a poor town spending money like it's rich. From CML Candidate's Guide, budgeting is a process by which the governing body determines the community's standard of living, what the community needs and wants, what it is willing and able to pay, and what services it can expect. I don't believe the board has met its responsibilities. Furthermore, from CML, Municipal Government 101, the budget document is a work plan converted to dollars and cents. I ask the board, what is our plan? Without clear planning, how do we decide if a budget is reasonable? This draft is a symptom of how ineffective we, the board, collectively have been in representing the citizens of Paonia. It took a citizen to point out that this budget was miscalculated at 44%, and I stand by that 79%, higher than in 21. Either way, 44% is too much. Whether a mistake or intentionally misleading, it is inexcusable. I will vote against this budget, and I urge my fellow trustees to do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right. Yes, Ms. Budinger.
I just wanted to say, this is my own viewpoint. This is what I understand as a board member that the town wants. This is what I get from participating. No, we have not had the mayor wanted to have a retreat, but it never happened for one reason or another. But we haven't had a consensus maybe, but I get from the people that there are the 2 things that we have been focusing on for the last couple of years. And one of them is the water. And we've paid a lot of money to have these studies. And these studies have pointed out a lot of money that we need to spend to get to the place where the water is, where we have reserve water, etc. And so that's what we have been focusing on. The other thing was the marijuana. They wanted the marijuana. Why? Because of the streets. And so we've been focusing on the streets and the water. Now, I don't know what else you want us to focus on, but that, to me, is what I think we have been focusing on as a board. And I think that was because that is what the public said they needed and we wanted. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Budinger. Okay. If there's no other comments,
Mayor,
yes.
I do have one question, and we asked this question adamantly as well at the last work session, is that if this budget which is dictated and determined by the board, what do you want us to remove from it? If you feel that the staff is presenting you a budget where there are expenditures that you, as a majority of the board, don't want to see in 2022, what are they? We've asked this from the board. And
Okay.
that's what we're asking for. What the water tank, we have water as a main priority. We have $2.5 million budgeted next year just for water. For the more than half of that's just the tank, which I don't disagree. We need to be focused on the water. We need to be focused on the springs. We need to be focused on the moratorium. In order to remove the moratorium is going to be a moot point if the tank goes down and we don't have water, or if the lines go down and we have water. They're all very interconnected, every one of these projects. And so we don't have to do it in 2022 so that we can reduce the percentage of increase, but then we're dumping that money back into reserves to plan. And like the data that was provided that we got from SGM and the contractors and manufacturers, is that at the minimum, they're seeing 20% increases year over year. One projection they got from a company that did a tank lining saw a $400,000 change in cost from a tank lining in the spring to the tank lining in the fall of last year and into this year. So what I would ask of the board is that, and so that the community doesn't feel like this is a town staff wish list, is tell us where you want us to cut the money from.
All right. Where do we want to cut the money from? Yes, Ms. Mack.
I can't give that answer right now, but I will reiterate. We're in this position because we have no plan. We have no plan to complete the JDS study recommendations. We have no comprehensive plan. We have no plan. Yes, we have a plan. It is outdated. It is no good. It is incomplete. That is the problem. We should have a plan and build the budget off that plan, not have a budget and build a plan off the budget. And we need a plan.
And Mayor, I don't disagree, if I may. I don't disagree, but that plan has not been done for many, many years, and so we still have to move forward. And part of moving forward and included in this budget is exactly that, addressing the fact that we don't have a plan, that there hasn't been a plan reviewed or updated in nearly 25 years. There's never been a formal capital improvement plan, ever. Over a 5-year of administrators writing down things that they think we're going to have to do. There is no strategic plan, capital improvement plan for a 5-year, 10-year, never has been. So that is also something that is planned to be done. And very early on, we also, I had the conversation with Dana at DOLA on the support that they can provide from DOLA to confirm the process that we go through that, so that it's very comprehensive and very clear. So I don't disagree, but we have, the issue is though, is that we still have to provide a mill levy. We still have to provide the state a budget, and the issues that the town has had for many, many years, decades long, we can't fix overnight, and those things are budgeted and planned for. So it is very much, yes, there needs to be a plan, more than just in the heads of the people that are on the ground doing the work, or the board members that are sitting behind the table. I don't agree. I don't disagree. It needs to be in writing. But we still have to have a budget. And so that is where it's, what do you want to cut? And and I would say, even going back to the suggestion about wages, if you do a wage freeze, we still have to budget that money in to replace employees at wages that will bring them here. So even if you froze it because you made a decision that you didn't want to give an increase to any of your staff that you still have, we still have to budget to replace. And we've had trustees sit up here and state that as well, that we needed to increase what we were paying some staff members, not all, because it's not enough to get people here. And that's a fact. And it's not just, it's not protection of staff, it's none of that. I've heard over and over from top level department heads all the way down in every department we have. You've got RCAC, you have where we contracted for ORC services. They can't get people to work. They've had job openings for over a year in water. People are not doing these jobs. And so we do have to budget enough and make it worthwhile to fulfill those positions. So again, over and over we've asked this, and we are running up on a deadline. We are, and that's a fact. And I know the board doesn't like to be pushed, but the deadlines are state deadlines. We don't get to move them. And so we're getting to a point where we need to know if there's specific things you want removed. Do you not want us to replace one of the older public works vehicles in 2022 and stick with the ones we've got and just continue to repair them through 2022? Then we need you to say that.
Yes, Ms. Mick.
I did say that. I did say that at a budget hearing. I don't believe we should I don't believe we should buy any vehicles until we know exactly what we have, and we need to take care of what we have. That was said.
You did, but the majority of the board did not. And every decision we make is done by a consensus of the board, not an individual member.
And that is where we have been derelict. And there are statutes that allow for the non-filing meeting the deadline of a budget. There are statutes. It's not like you don't do it, the world ends. There are statutes. There are plans for that. It does happen. I'm not saying I want that to happen. But again, I'm not going to, unless something major happens between now and when we have to approve this budget, I won't support it. I will probably be outvoted, but we are derelict in our duty, and we have been all year. And we had a great trustee, too, who made many, many, many good recommendations that I believe went completely unheard. And something has got to give. Something has got to change.
Well, would you like to make a motion then, Ms. Mick, to remove the vehicles?
And what does that solve? It removes the vehicles. Yes, I'd like to make a motion that no vehicles be purchased in 2022, that would be removed from the budget. And I don't know what that's going to accomplish, but sure.
Do I have a second? Yes.
And you want that reallocated to where?
That's your job to understand allocations. I don't know. Where do we reallocate it to? Can we reallocate it to water projects? If we can, then let's reallocate it.
It cannot go to an enterprise fund.
So somebody on the board make a damn suggestion.
It can go to streets.
I think what we need is to, instead of making all these little motions, we're not going to get anywhere tonight. We don't have a plan. I think we have to start from square one, like Cindy did a week ago.
All right. Did you have something to say, Mr. Johnson?
Yes. You know, we've had many work sessions, board meetings, special meetings. It should come to no one as a surprise that we don't have a plan. And it is sad, but we don't. We should have had a plan, strategic plan, like Suzanne has talked about, but we don't. And we are coming up against a deadline that we have to have the budget put in. I'm not happy with how high the budget is, but I don't see where we can cut. You know, not purchasing vehicles. Okay, what's that? 90,000, but 40?
45.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't get it. For us to talk about not having a plan at this point, it should have been talked about months ago.
Yes, Ms. Mick.
And for us to try and figure out how to fix this tonight is absurd. How late do we want to be here? Do we need to, do we have to open that up for discussion again once we make a bunch of changes? Because these people have addressed a specific document. Are we talking about changing it and then opening it back up? Okay, so let's not talk about a plan, but this whole process has been like cursed from the start. I've said enough, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Jones.
So I agree with everything Corinne said, but I look at it a little bit differently. We have a plan. This would be the plan for next year. We have a plan to do the master plan. We have the plan to get that tank lined. We have a plan to change our building official. We have a plan to hire a new police chief. We have a plan to fill a person that resigned from the police department. We have a plan. That the plan that you all have mentioned in the meetings, I took that information, the things you said you wanted, and I incorporated that into this budget. We need a police chief. We need a master plan. We need to reline the tank. This town needs these things. These are the things that have come up to be, out of all of those studies, these are the few things that have come up to be the most important things that need to be done. The state has a timeline on that lining, and the clock is ticking. So there is a plan. This is the plan. This is the plan that we have spent months and months discussing at work sessions. I took out of those work sessions the things that you said you wanted, and I incorporated them into this budget. If you want to change it now, if you want to change your plan now, then you need to let me know what that new plan looks like.
And I would add, because this isn't a new budget, we didn't redraft and change the entire budget from what's been presented. Every work session and meeting that was taken, whenever there was a request to add information, add a new year, give us year by year, don't put the allocation sheet in, put the allocation sheet back in, we've done it every time. And so it is the same. It's continued to evolve session after session to where we're at with the removal of some items and reallocation to others. But that really is what it comes down to is, Cindy stated it very well, that this is a plan. It may not be the long-term plan, it's a short-term plan, although this plan went into place. The tank lining showed up, the first discussion in a budget was in 2017, and it's been mentioned in every budget since as we've started to allocate funds and save for it. So there is some forward thinking. It's just never been formalized, and that's part of what is in the planning for next year.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Mitt.
I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Knutson.
I remember some of the changes since I got back to town in November, and I remember one that I really appreciated. We took the allocations where we were charging a lot of administrative people to the water, sewer, trash. That was one thing that was a real positive where we decided to do that. I'm in support of this budget because of how much work we put into it to date. But I would like to modify that by saying I'd like to make a motion to approve this budget as presented with the caveat that the board sets aside 2 half-day sessions in January to plan for how we will make modifications to this budget, because it's too difficult to do this in a vacuum with the pressure we have right now. And I think if we have 2 half-day sessions and invite the public to put their heads together with us, that we can get to a place where the things that are really necessary, the things that are that water tank is huge, and the water system, there's a lot of stuff, and I think Citizen Brunner said it really well when he said, what's the sense of going after housing if you can't get a water tap for it? You know, so there's a lot of good points that we've been brought up that I think that as a community, we can put our heads together and get this right. But we can't do it tonight, and we're under the pressure of getting this submitted. So I'd like to make the motion that we accept the budget as submitted.
Second.
All right, further discussion. All right, we have a motion to accept the budget as, Yes, Ms. Watson. I'm sorry, what?
Oh, we have to close the public hearing.
Yeah, so just to be clear, we have the motion on the second to accept the budget as presented. Okay.
Okay.
Motion and second. So I made some suggestions about clarity about what back the badge is in the dialogue. I also wanted to ask for the pot money to be a little bit better described.
Sure.
I think there's some caveats about how long you can, and then there's some stuff in the wording about how you can spend it for 2 years and then it goes. So it would really nice to have that detailed somewhere. Thanks.
Could I amend my motion?
Yes, please.
I'd like the narrative of the budget to reflect the public comments that we heard about explanations of marijuana. Let me see if I'm getting this right. Explanations of marijuana. What were the other ones? Back the badge. And I'm missing something else. Water. Yeah. Yeah, and just as an aside, I feel a little more comfortable about where we're going because we have really good data. That JDS hydro study was huge. I really thought that helped point us in a direction of what needs to be changed. SGM did a really good job, and the RCAC study that we just have. So we have 3 documents that really can help guide us as we plan forward. Thank you.
So do we have do you accept the second? Yeah, so the second is still on. All right, so we have a motion to accept the budget as presented with changes to the transmittal letter in the 3 areas or 4 areas as stated, and then with 2 half-day retreats or 2 half-day sessions for planning set in January. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, let us move on then to the, oh, I'm sorry.
We'll have that motion that Trustee Mike made. Nobody seconded it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's move on to the Grand Avenue street closure request. Ms. DeLuca.
Page.
Hi, Amy DeLuca, German Creek, and I'm here on behalf of the North Fork Valley Creative Coalition Paonia Holiday Art Fair. I assume you have all the information there in front of you. In addition to what's in your information provided, I had a couple requests for the event. It is on Saturday, December 4th, from the street closures from 9 till 5. The reason I'm here is because that's a little longer than what's permitted, and that's due to our setup and grabbing some sunlight, as much sunlight as we can on that day. The 2 questions are, one is, can we request that the town hall restrooms please be open during that time? I'm not sure what that looks like on your end, if we need to solicit volunteers or help with a partition or something to keep any kind of wandering traffic contained or whatever. We're happy to support in whatever way we need to, since, as you know, there are no public restrooms downtown. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is a request to have 2 food trucks on our just our 200 block here where the event is taking place. As you know, in addition to no bathrooms, there are also no restaurants. And that's also a big part of keeping folks downtown participating in the event. Little side note, I want to let you know we have 14 nonprofits are contributing to this year's art fair. It's the largest representation of Valley nonprofits we've really seen. Last year we did this event downtown. It was hugely successful for brick and mortar as well as the small maker who is on the vending scene on the street. And so we're really proud of all these nonprofits wanting to get involved and are excited about the event as well. So Coalition is right now, too bad Mitch left. We're the only organization that's really supporting the business community right now and have been for the last couple of years in absence of any chamber support. You guys have also helped support some of our work. So I think that's my, oh, the last very important thing is a request to have the streets swept and or plowed. Wouldn't that be amazing if we had to plow the snow? We are also requesting that we could get a street sweep prior to the event. So I think that's all my asks. And I'm happy to answer any questions from y'all.
Okay, questions for Amy from the board? No? Okay. Would someone like to, yes, Mr. Johnson.
I'm just wondering, Travis, I'm wondering if we did do a street sweep, when could you possibly do that, and how long would it take? When would you do it? This is going to take place on, what's the day?
It's coming in hot. It's on Saturday, December 4th. So it's just
Is it possible to do that?
It's
a lot of it's going to be temperature related because we have to use water. We may have to shut down Grand Avenue for a while during the middle of the day when temperatures allow us to, but we'll try.
It's just the 200 block, if that helps. I don't know if it does, but really would appreciate that.
We'll see what we can do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Did you have your hand up, Ms. Mack? No. Yes?
I was going to make a motion, but
Oh, well, go ahead and make a motion.
I'll wait and see if any more questions.
The motion and then take questions too, so.
I move that we grant the request for the Paonia Creative District Holiday Arts Fair street closure on December 4th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. between on the 200 block of Grand Avenue between 2nd and 3rd, to include the town restrooms be open and the allowance of 2 food trucks.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Knutson?
I think we need an extra cleaning then from our contractor. You know, because the restrooms will be public restrooms and then we have the regular thing. So, you know, on Sunday we'd have to ask our contractor to come in and clean.
That's when she does the cleaning.
Okay, so that works out then. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that motion carries.
Thank you so much. I just also want to say I know public service is a thankless task, and I really want to thank you because I know it's hard, and I know it's rough to come in here on Tuesday nights and listen to a lot of the public feel like they're badgering you. And so also to the town administration and all of you, I just want to thank you because I really appreciate the work you do.
Thank you, Ms. DeLuca. Yes, Tammy.
Quick, I don't like wasting time. I never feel like the public is badgering us.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I disagree with you, but it is part of the process.
Okay.
It's what we signed up for.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to community member request about the permission to place a giving library in Polis Park. I do not see Ms. Chambliss here. Yes, Mr. Knutson.
I think we had a very good summary from Citizen Fogg about the placement of various public libraries. There are 2 on the street I live on, and they're well used. There's some questions about who's going to maintain it, who's going to take care of it. And there's already one of these on Grand Avenue that the Farm and Home has. So it seems like it makes a lot more, or 2 of them. So it seems like a lot more sense. Her email to the board suggested that it be somewhere around the park because there's nothing down in the park right now. But I really think that the person making this suggestion needs to answer the question, so I'd suggest that we table it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion carries. The item is tabled. All right, next up, yes.
Can we call a quick recess before we go
Sure,
into the
let's
next?
take a 5-minute recess. As wanted. turn on the thing. Next item on the agenda is community member requests, discussion of multiple items attributed to members of town staff and mayor. Mr. Bruner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to start by asking you to relinquish the gavel for this segment. As in Robert's Rules of Order, when the chair of a meeting may have a conflict of interest, Robert's Rules of Order call for them to relinquish the gavel until that segment of business is completed.
I will be happy to do so.
Thank you. Next, it's customary to start with a little joke, and it's really corny, but it's two hunters get flown into a hunting camp. They're wildly successful in their hunt, and they find mineral specimens galore, and when their pilot comes back to get them, he tells them they got too much stuff. They can't bring it. While he's not looking, they load it all on the plane. He takes off. They crash. They're crawling out of the wreckage, and one says, "Where are we?" And the other one says, "I think we're about a half mile farther than we got last year." So it's kind of a reference to Groundhog Day. So the reason I ask for this is in the last meeting, there were several things that I would call kind of revelations, and I think they deserve public discussion. And hopefully there's logical explanations for all of it, and, you know, that's great. But to start, there was a revelation that during the executive session performance review for the town administrator, the mayor forbid consideration of statements of fact from certain members of the public. Where's that come from?
Go ahead.
Okay, Mary Backren, Box Elder Avenue. So they were not forbidden. There were two letters that were brought in by Ms. Pattison into the thing. The first letter was one that was delivered to the board members that evening. So the board had no time to review it. It was brought in. And the general consensus of the board when we set up that review is that we were not going to take public comment. The second letter had been emailed to all the board members earlier, much earlier, and so everyone on the board had a chance to review it. So it was already there, it was already in their minds, it was already knowledge. And that is what happened in that meeting.
Mr. Bruner, if I may, I'm wondering if the board members that were present for that executive session, it may be helpful, and the employee, to be able to consider whether we could release part of that. Because, you know, a lot of us are bound by law, I think, about what we can release in an executive session. I think that's one of the problems we have right now, is a lot of us feel our lips are sealed.
Yeah, so if you want to talk about the executive session, you would need the majority of the board to approve a discussion with respect to that. That it's been 90 days since that executive session occurred, so we only retain the tape as is required by open meetings law by 90 days, so we couldn't release that tape.
Or do I have a motion from any of the board members regarding this?
So I just want to make sure you're looking for our permission to discuss what was discussed in that meeting. Would that be up to Ms. Ferguson, or is that up to us?
Oh, it's ultimately it's your guys' decision. I think it would be important to get weigh-in from Ms. Ferguson. It was the personnel discussion that was with respect to her job performance, correct?
I think the question is not what we said or did not say or the review. The question is the procedure, is whether we looked at other documents or not. I don't understand really the question because I don't remember any other documents.
Brenner?
I'm referring to Ms. Pattison's statement that she said the board was directed by the mayor, if I recall correctly, to disregard
Pattison because she's not here. My only recollection was that this was the same evening that we had the discussion with respect to the concerns that were raised with respect to the procurement policy and the use of funds for coffee and the discretionary discussion. And I think that the only concern was there had already been the review matrix that had been sent out, and the trustees had put the work into that for the town administrator's interim review, and the concern was, well, this is new information, you know, we've already kind of gone through the process of evaluating where that was. So I think that that was the only thing that was trying to be relayed, was delineating, you know, the work that was put forth before, ahead of time, versus the new information that was brought to everybody's attention prior to the executive session. And that's my only recollection, so yeah.
And
Go ahead.
if I may, and I would add that the letter that was presented that night, the night of the executive session, was the written reflection of the information that had been provided by the community member, Ms. Smith, at the prior meeting. And at the prior meeting, the board had already made a motion and unanimously directed the town attorney to do an investigation on that accusation, and which was another reason why that was not considered when you were doing the interim review on the specific topics that had already been decided by the board.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Bruner? Go, Trustee Mack.
Can I ask Mr. Bruner a question? Sure. Are you looking at this as, was the public's observances or opinions or whatever of Ms. Ferguson just completely left out of the equation? Does that make sense?
Excuse me, I guess that's my concern. As I say, my question related specifically to the statement made in the last meeting. You've given me a plausible explanation. I'll accept it, okay? But I will say, when I heard the statement, it made me think of all the snake oil sessions that I endured in executive session, where trustees are typically unsure of themselves, unsure of the law, as I know you all are, and are manipulated by individuals with more experience in that arena. And I know what happens, and I guess maybe this wasn't one of those. We'll move on. So then the mayor made a statement that she was working on a grant, and I thought there was a vote of the board recently that the mayor was not to spin the town's wheels or her wheels working on a grant without first bringing the idea to the board for approval. Okay, and tonight we have a grant proposal in the packet, and to my way of looking at it, that's contrary to what the board directed for a process.
Mayor
I'm
Bachran?
open to comments.
So I want to read from the minutes of 10/12/21. Unfinished business. Trustee Budinger moved to allow the mayor to participate in the grant process writing and to be brought before the board. Seconded by Trustee Johnson. Motion passed with 4 ayes and 1 nay. Trustee Johnson moved to make sure all grants the mayor works on be brought before the board. Seconded by Trustee Budinger. Motion unanimously passed. There is no indication in these motions or in anything that came before the board to say that I had to bring the grants prior to them being finished. Prior to submitted, absolutely. But in my mind, if I come to the board and say, I'm looking at a housing grant, can I work on it? Then the question becomes, well, what does it entail and what's it going to cost and how's this going to work out? And I can't answer those questions until I write the grant. So I was never prohibited by the board from doing this. The only injunction was that it comes back to the board.
Thank you. Trustee Mick?
I guess I understood it differently. It was my understanding that when a grant becomes available, the board is asked if this fits into our goals and visions, or we get a chance to respond to whether this fits into our goals and visions and whether we believe this grant would be worth going for. So I'm baffled. I thought that's what we did vote for, is if there's going to be the energy put forth into a grant, we want to make sure we all agree and we all understand that this grant fits into what our goals and visions, which we, it's been over a year since we worked on those, but yeah, that was my understanding. I'm sorry.
Is anyone else on the board under a misunderstanding about these two viewpoints? Because one of them seems to be that there was clear direction that if we were considering a grant, it comes to the board first before energy is put into writing it. Yet we have minutes that show that the grant itself is submitted to the board. So what's the understanding of the other board members?
Was there something about, did Bo look up something about whether the mayor was allowed by statute or anything else to work on grants? And they said there was no prohibition.
Johnson?
I think the minutes stand for themselves.
Mayor Bachran? If I may make a comment too, I wasn't there, I wasn't present, of course, during the October meetings, but I had a similar understanding as, oops, Siri is bothering me right now. Sorry about that. I had a similar understanding from Trustee Mack, but I wasn't present for the October vote, so I didn't hear that discussion. So, Mayor Bachran.
And it was not, so we did get information from CML and Kevin Baumer. And he basically said if the board is agreeable with the mayor writing grants, the mayor can write grants. And the truth of the matter is there has never been a prohibition by any board in the history of Paonia that would prevent the mayor from writing grants. And that, in fact, I had written 2 previous grants that were never discussed, and there was no controversy over them. And they were in early 2021. And that was the Brownsfield grant and the CDOT grant. So this was a different point of contention. But again, my understanding, and it wasn't clear to me from the discussion, that it needed to come to the board prior to me doing any work on it at all, because it seemed to me that was not going to be helpful to you guys, and all I could say is, I don't know. But that was my understanding.
Thank you. Trustee Mack.
So I believe that grew out of the grant, and I don't know which one of those grants it was that you mentioned, or another grant where the streets were painted and the public was furious. It seems to me it kind of grew out of that embarrassment that the town had to endure. So bringing the grants, the prospect of the opportunity of the grant to the board would hopefully eliminate any grants that cause the town problems. But again, that's just the way I remember it.
Well, in the eyes of the board members, I mean, we need to be clear, because tonight what we have is an example of following the protocol that was actually voted on in the October meeting. So we actually have an example tonight, later on in the agenda, of the mayor doing exactly that. If the board wishes to do something differently and wants to be informed in advance, we need to make a motion about that, to that effect. I saw a hand up from the public.
Paige Smith. And I read the second motion. Trustee Johnson moved to make sure all grants the mayor works on be brought. Works. That is not worked. It's not passed. It's present. And the reason I think it's really important that you all know what grants are being considered by the mayor, by the staff, is because you are representing the public and it needs to be discussed in public. Grants require staff time, they require matching funds. Right now, we are in a position that any grant we get, really, in my opinion, should be going towards the water and the infrastructure. So I think it's inappropriate, you as a deliberative body, to be being told by the mayor what she wants to work on. It's what we think should be worked on. That's why I think it's imperative that before the mayor ever even thinks about a grant, that she comes to you, as Corinne should, if Corinne wants to initiate the grant, and explain why it's important, why does it match the goals that the town has, and why is, in this case, I think it's $20,000 maybe to match, maybe, I didn't read it. That's $20,000. Where is that in the big plan? Why do we, I mean, the whole point is, in my opinion, you don't need a housing study right now. There's going to be money for that in the future. But that is something that needs to be talked about and discussed by the trustees. It's staff time, it's public money. It's not the mayor's purview to decide what this town is going to spend money on without you all agreeing or disagreeing. Thank you.
I would move that we put this on an agenda, say within the first quarter of the new year.
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded to put this on the agenda for the first quarter of next year.
Within the first quarter of 2022.
Okay, great. And
Sure.
are there any comments from the board?
Just to be clear, is put on the agenda is just whether the mayor should bring it first or do the work first. Is that the question?
Whether the mayor should present potential grant applications to the board.
Okay, or anybody, this Corinne or whoever.
Or staff. Thank you, Karen.
Yes.
Administrator?
It's on the agenda on 18 because of the conversation at the last meeting regarding this exact topic. It's the consideration of the DOLA Housing Assessment Grant application and board clarification of the grant review process. Today?
This is it.
Then I rescind my motion.
It's agenda item 18.
Okay, if we get to it.
I rescind my motion.
You have one more public comment I see in the back. Ms. Watson? Preferred to be referred to, by the way.
Not.
I remember you had problems with.
Well, just don't call me Miss. It's
Okay, so
condescending,
call you
please.
Suzanne?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah, whatever. Yeah,
Or
Suzanne.
Ms.? I want to
Suzanne's
do it
fine.
properly with respect.
Suzanne's fine. Just don't call
Thank
me
you.
Mister.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Or, okay, don't call me sweetie or hun, thanks. Okay, just if you want to review the last meeting before the next meeting, I found it on YouTube. It's 10/12/21, the meeting on 10/12/21, and the timestamp starts around 1 hour and 48 minutes into the meeting. And I think that's where the grant discussion was, if that's helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, my
Bruno.
recollection was that the motion was that the grants come before their work done, but you guys will work that out.
Could I interrupt for a second, please? We do need to extend the meeting, and I thank Trustee Meck for the heads up, so we need to have a motion to extend the meeting.
I move that we extend the meeting for 45 minutes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to extend the meeting for 45 minutes. Any public comment? Any comment from the board? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, as I said, that's my recollection as well, that it was before their work done, because it's spinning the town wheels, and the Purple Street Grant is a perfect example why, and I think that was probably discussed there too. Yeah, so the other thing that I would like to talk about is, in that packet there was a letter from the building inspector stating that he was so grateful that during that time he didn't want to bring up Mr. Knight's time as the administrator. He was so grateful that he could go to the administrator and the finance officer to get his burning questions answered. And I'd like to know exactly what was going on, what was Mr. Knight doing, what wasn't he doing, what were these questions?
Anyone want to comment on that? There's two hands up, so if I could take the board first. So Trustee Budinger?
I just recall that Mr. Knight was ill quite a lot, and work has to go on. So I think that's all it was.
Exactly what does that mean?
And maybe we can clear it up by hearing from Town Administrator Ferguson.
So, I asked Mr. Reardon for clarification on what he meant by his statement that was in the letter to make sure that I didn't speak incorrectly for him, and he stated that it was clearly just responding to the fact that when Mr. Knight was not available, he was able to get questions answered regarding municipal code, different things. When he had questions about we talked about certificate of occupancies, which I printed in my clerk duty. I would put those together and print them for our building officials historically, even prior. And I never acted in Mr. Knight's stead without Mr. Knight's approval and information. He knew what was going on in Town Hall in his absence.
Thank you for that. Does that clear up your question, Mr. Bruner? Or if I could, let me recognize.
Actually, point of order. I'm wondering, with the mayor not sitting in her seat and you, Mayor Pro Tem, do we have a quorum? We do? Yeah, but with Dave being more Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, you can, Dave will still retain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good point. But yeah, right. Yeah, we'll take that for now. The other thing is, this goes back to a request that I had put in previously. There were a couple of articles in the newspaper where the mayor was quoted first, by my recollection, inaccurately describing events around the purchase and return of the lighted messaging sign. And then in the next, soon thereafter, some comments, rather disparaging comments I felt about people with the audacity to attend every meeting. That first I'd like to ask the mayor if there's anything in those articles that was incorrect and she'd like to clarify.
Hawthorne?
I was not able to find the comments that you were talking about as far as the first one. Right. I was not able to find that article, so I could not look at it and recollect what I said. Because when I do talk to the reporter, she generally records things and takes it off the recording. So, like I said, I was not able to review it, so that's that. The second time, it was my personal opinion. And as far as I understand it, I still have the right to express my personal opinion.
Mayor Brockman.
Mr. Knudsen, if I may. So, I think I just want to kind of get a clear understanding here of how we're proceeding with respect to Mr. Bruner's comments. And the first two agenda items, or first two items that he hit upon, I think were appropriate because they were looking for board consideration in terms of clarification with respect to the executive session, and then clarification with respect to the grant writing process. I think questions that he may have about the mayor, about what she said or didn't say, can certainly be taken offline. and wouldn't necessarily require the trustees to weigh in on that conversation. So.
For that. So Mr. Bruner, is there other action that you require of the board?
I would kind of take a little issue with that because my action that I would request from the board is that the board refer the mayor's statements to the light of the code of conduct for elected officials that is a resolution of the board that is just as binding as any resolution limiting what a person can express before the board, which the mayor refers to frequently. I believe that that does restrict to some degree the mayor's comments. She needs to make it very clear that she's speaking as an individual, and the code of conduct prohibits any trustee from making statements about items before the board that the board has not approved. And the problem with the misrepresentation that I feel was made there is that it gives people that don't attend the meetings the wrong impression of what's going on. Her statements that there's a half a dozen people that have been out to get Corinne, and that's, you know, the implication is that's the problem with town meetings, and that's not the case. If she made an accurate representation, she would have admitted that she participated in spending $100,000 grant money under the assumption, by her words, that it was different from town money, and it was not the responsibility of the board to oversee that. Then she tasked the chief of police with purchasing a sign in violation of the purchasing policy. And the treasurer, the finance officer, the administrator, Mr. Knutson, Ms. Budinger, all were absent in that. And that led to a situation where the board decided they'd rather send that sign back and send the money back than be rushed into a decision. And to me, that's exemplary of so many things that have come before this board, where members of the public stand up and, oh, that's the other thing. The only way the board realized that that sign was being purchased was when an alert trustee noticed a $16,000 something purchase in the disbursements and asked what it was. It was being slid through. So many things that have come before this board from the public have resulted in sincere change of direction from this board, and yet still the public is being given the misimpression by statements like the mayor makes that there's a bunch of people here out to get somebody. And I don't see that. I see people who have an idea of how a good government should look, and when they don't see it, they speak up, and it's Groundhog Day because we don't see it a lot. So my request of the board are that you direct the mayor to study the minutes, town ordinances, and state statutes and report back to the board on her duties to follow the directives of the board, the privileges and limits of her office, and a board resolution clarifying what factors are admissible in performance reviews. So,
Thank you, Mr. Bruner. So I now turn my attention to the board members to see if any board member wants to act on this request.
I would move that we, I could say so moved, I guess. I would move that we direct the mayor to study the meetings, agendas, town ordinances, and state statutes and report to the board on her duty to follow board directives, the privileges and limits of her office, and that the board pass a resolution clarifying what factors are admissible in staff performance, administrative performance reviews.
Do I hear a second to that motion? Motion dies for lack of second. Thank you, Mr. Bruner.
Thank you.
I would move that the board consider a resolution clarifying what factors are admissible in performance reviews.
You're a second to that motion.
Incredible.
We're on till 10:15. All right. Next item on the agenda. All right, next item on the agenda is Delta County School District amended contract for Apple Valley Tennis Court use. It has been included in the packet. Did the board have any questions for the town administrator on this? Right. Yeah, this is just a continuation of what we've done before. Are there any changes to what? Okay, would you please?
There is a reduction by $600, which is actually very favorable for the town if for the amount that they pay, if you consider that favorable, because there's a lot more wear and tear placed on the football field when the school district was using the football field. And so the contract was $1,800 a year for the use of the football field and the tennis courts. The school district came and asked to reduce it by $800. I asked if they would include the cost of the additional porta-johns that are in place during the tennis season that the town pays for. They agreed to that, and so the contract in front of you is for $1,200 instead of $1,800. And all references to the football field, town park have been removed. Other than that, it's the same.
Okay. All right, any discussions from the board?
I move that we approve this agreement.
All right, do I hear a second?
I second it.
Okay, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Let's move on then to Resolution 2021-09, water rates and changes.
Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Ferguson.
If I may, first apologies for the community that received the resolution in the packet that had a redundancy in the per thousand charge, so we had to do a modification. That resolution was put on the out on the table. All the areas that were changed via scenario 6 and at the direction of the board have been highlighted on this resolution. And the tier change is where the error was made in the published packet. $3.30 per thousand was duplicated and has been corrected since then to reflect the same tiers that are in the transmittal letter and were proposed via scenario 6.
All right. Can I get a motion?
I move to approve the water rates as amended in resolution, where is that, 2021-09?
Can I get a second?
I second it.
All right. Discussion by the board? Mr. Knutson?
Well, I'm overly influenced by the RCAC report that we had about looking down the road in the long term about what is needed in our water system and how deficient we've been over the years in looking at our reserves. They recommended a much higher rate than what we're doing, but I do recognize that it's a hardship for low-income people and that there is a mechanism for people that are having trouble with the bills to come into town and get help with that.
Any other discussion from the board? All right, we have anything from the public? Yes, Mr. Merkel.
I'm going to remind you that in October, I think it was the first meeting in October, maybe. Could have been before that. There was a discussion regarding my situation of receiving multiple base rates. And at that time, it was decided that that would be discussed after the RCAC study was complete and we had some information to go back on. And I haven't heard a peep since then.
Thank you. We will look into this. We have discussed it and talked about doing this after the first of the year. Yes, Ms. Mick? Yes, so
I
it
believe
will
that
be
that will
addressed
be-
after the first of the year.
That will be discussed at the beginning of the year as part of the board's consideration of how there are dwelling units that are in zoning, the commercial zoning, that are being charged commercial rates,
Right.
and your situation
Right.
will be brought up at that
Well,
meeting.
all that's really
Absolutely.
necessary is to instruct staff to begin following town ordinance. That's
Thank
it.
you.
And specifically for this, I want to make sure that you guys recall that Ty did not make any recommendations. He provided you with options, and you chose this path.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Yes, Mr. Brune.
Yeah, it was my recommendation, or my recollection, excuse me, that Ty, what was his name? Ty, yes, sorry, I forget his last name. It kind of started off like his recommendation was $3 a month, put the town where it needed to be. In other words, you're not that far off. And he was specific in saying that this, I believe, covered the first couple, it put the town in the black for enough of the next several years that it was a step in the right direction, and that going beyond that was his original statement was probably going to be too steep. And then on someone else's recommendation or request, he put in $8 instead of $3, and he actually said, this actually gets you too far. This is too steep of a rate increase. So I don't think a statement that his recommendation was $5 is really correct. I think his first example was $3 is enough. And yeah, unless you want to drive people out of town, I'd keep it down.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Watson.
Yeah, I want to talk about the rate increases, and I know, especially when you were talking about that $8, and now even 5 is quite a bit. But you say, oh, we're not going to do it again for another 5 years. You don't have any say over the board that comes after you next year, and the next year, and the next year. So you cannot make a statement like that. And I've heard statements like that made before. I didn't take time to listen to the YouTube video from last year, but I'm pretty sure, you know, from the way things usually go, there are promises that get made. I don't remember Ty saying 3. I thought he said something like 250, but it was substantially lower. He was saying this year and then next year do a little bit. And that's what you can do. If a board next year wants to increase it more, let them do that. But you're only kind of pushing the ball forward a lot faster. So I think you should reconsider the amount because it's shocking for people. And maybe getting used to more gradual increases would be more kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, can we get a motion? Oh, we have a motion. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion passes. Next up is board consideration of Mayor Pro Tem appointment. I would like to formally make, one more time. I would like to suggest that Mr. Knutson be appointed by the board as the Mayor Pro Tem.
Need a motion on
Yes.
that?
Oh, yes. Ms. Mick.
I move that Dave Knutson be appointed as Mayor Pro Tem.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Discussion from the board?
I finally accomplished my lifelong goal, and my mother asked me when I was 5 what I wanted to be. I said Mayor Pro Tem of Paonia.
Well, not quite there yet, Dave, but we're a vote away. Yes, Tammy.
I just want to thank Mr. Knutson for stepping up. Losing Mr. Bear was a big loss, and you have some big shoes to fill, but it's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Anything from, any discussion from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I wanted to make an observation. The last meeting that Dave Knutson took over as mayor, I was impressed at his, I mean, he's very quiet and restrained, and he had such a gentle use of the gavel when he closed the meeting. I was just really appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, seeing none, all in favor of Mr. Knutson as Mayor Pro Tem?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm abstaining.
Okay, that motion passes. All right, let's move on to board consideration.
So I have accomplished my goal.
You have. Congratulations. Too bad your mom's not alive. All right. Board consideration of trustee open seats. So we are really in a precarious position here. We have, all we need is one board member not to show up, and we don't have a quorum, and we cannot do any business. So we have a couple things we can do. We can ask for letters of interest from the public. I would prefer if we could do that in an expedited fashion versus putting it off. One of the things that we discussed, and this was with Mr. Levesque from DOLA, was opening it up, putting it out there on every piece of media we possibly can, requiring that the letters come back by, the 2nd of December, and then set a special meeting for the following Tuesday to simply appoint board members. So that would give people like a week and a half, almost 2 weeks, to give us letters. If we put it out there on KVNF and everywhere else we can possibly get it, I think that's probably sufficient time to do that. And that way, 2 of us are traveling for Thanksgiving. Let's hope we both make it back. So, board discussion on this?
At 5 o'clock.
So, accept letters of interest until the 3rd or the 2nd, and then set a special meeting on the 7th, probably at 5 o'clock, to simply appoint board members.
Right. And letters would be accepted until 4:30 on the 2nd.
Right.
So close of business on the 2nd so that they can be included in the packet to be published
Correct.
on the 3rd for the special meeting.
Correct. Yes, Ms. Beck.
I would ask that the meetings start at 5:15. I don't know if I'll have to work till 5 that day. Thank you.
Or we could even make it later if you wanted 5, whatever. Okay. All right, can I get a motion?
Move to approve what she said.
Okay, can we get a second?
I think I'm
Mayor.
seconding a special meeting on the 7th of December at 5:30.
5, okay.
5:30? Okay.
Yeah, let's make it 5:30. And then letters of interest until December 2nd. All right. Further discussion from the board? Okay, from the public? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, next is board consideration of CIRSA optional coverages. Ms. Ferguson.
Yes, so annually we review, of course, our CIRSA insurance renewal. That comes under separate cover than the optional coverages. Historically, over the last several years, the town has chosen 2 coverages to add to their policy. That's the no-fault water line rupture and sewer backup coverage. And so what this does provide an avenue, somewhat difficult, but a difficult avenue, but it does provide an avenue for people in the community to submit to the town's insurance for any relief toward their deductible on something that that the insurance wouldn't typically cover because of no fault from the town. The action wasn't taken by negligence. The other option is the excess crime coverage. As we all hold so fresh in our mind, the CIRSA coverage only covers $150,000 in excess crime, which would include employee dishonesty such as embezzlement, forgery, fraud, counterfeiting. And this option increases the amount of coverage we would have if the town were to find itself subject to a situation like that again. You will notice, odd, that there's no change in cost from what we paid in 2021 to 2022 to carry the same coverage. The option 2 in for the no-fault water line and sewer backup is, I believe, up to $5,000 per incident, and the excess crime coverage adds an additional $500,000 above the $150,000 that's included in the policy.
Okay. Can I get a motion? Oh, turn on your mic again. There you go.
I move to approve purchase of the additional coverage for no-fault watering and the excess liability for crime.
Can I get a second?
I second it.
Discussion by the board. Okay, seeing none, discussion from the public. Yes, Mr. Markle.
Is this a necessary expenditure?
Thank you. Mr. Bruner?
So just to be clear, the no fault for the water lines and stuff, so that makes it easier for someone to get reimbursed when a pressure spike blows up their plumbing? Is that what that's for?
The way the no-fault coverage works is that town, of course, has some protection from fault, and so if there was an issue that happened at no fault of the town, meaning that our public works department wasn't negligent and blew up a line that caused major damage, and then a homeowner has the ability to apply to their insurance first for the repair, and if your insurance does a denial on the coverage, you can then apply through the town's insurance by bringing in the denial letter and the information of your incident and how the town was involved in the incident, and we can then submit that to CIRSA for their review and decision on whether or not it would fall under that no-fault coverage.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does the town currently have that?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. The other thing, I recall at a past board that I was on, there was a discussion of some excess coverage that involved volunteers doing labor for the town. And it was decided not to get that because it was, apparently, I forget the details, but it seemed like there was a can of worms opened up there to be having volunteers doing work for the town. And we don't have for volunteers now. And since there have been recent projects involving volunteers, and there's actually a suggestion that we send volunteers with chainsaws and implements of destruction to go up and work on the town springs, that the town board might consider that detail.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Dave? Yes.
Is that volunteer provision, I think we just looked at that a little while ago. Do we have coverage for volunteers?
We don't have additional coverage for volunteers, no. I would have to see if there's any minor coverage based on volunteerism built into the CIRSA policy, but I know they have an additional above and beyond that's very detailed. And I would need to look into that to see what kind of coverage we have just under our regular policy.
Yeah. We did have volunteers with hand tools and stuff out here doing the gardens here, so
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're protected.
Okay, next item is the DOLA grant. So this is to hire someone to do a housing study for us. As you recall, one of the big impediments to getting Space to Create to go through was this lack of a housing study. And we could not afford to do a housing study. The advantage of this is it's not making any guarantees. All it's doing is saying this is what the needs are in the town. and this is what you need to meet those needs. It would be very beneficial in that this could be a chapter in our master plan, so that we could be writing a master plan chapter and giving us an incredibly valuable tool as we move forward. Now, there's no requirements on this that we go out and build affordable housing or anything else. But the money, when you say the money will be available later, that is no guarantee. It's just like the Space to Create program. It's here, it's now. It was one governor's idea and his push, and when that governor was gone, the money was gone as well. This is because there's a housing crisis all over the western part of the U.S., and especially in western Colorado. And that is why the Senate in the state of Colorado and they have set aside these funds specifically and to address this issue. Next session, it may not be here, but it's here now. This is an easy way for the town to get an important document that we can move forward on. Any other discussion from the board? Ms. Buttinger.
I do remember that with the Space to Create, there were other grants, other opportunities, other people that were willing to come in and help. But first we had to have a housing survey, and we did not. So this is one of the stepping stones to getting any kind of forward action.
Other comments? Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with those comments. I'm also wondering where the matching funds will be coming from.
Ferguson?
She's going to have to look and check to see which account that came out of. I believe it's in the general fund, but we'll confirm it.
The other thing is we are asking for relief from that in the grant, and DOLA may completely eliminate the matching funds requirement on that. Other discussion? Yes, Mr. Knutson.
I'm responding to a citizen mentioning that what good is housing if we can't have water taps? And I really want to concentrate on the water, so I'm really against approving this grant application. Regardless of grant applications, it takes staff time, it takes attention away from priorities, and we're talking about January, looking at our priorities. And I know housing is a crunch right now, but frankly, from the community people I talk to, water is what everyone talks to me about. I don't hear much about housing. Maybe I'm just not talking to the right people, but I'm against going forward with this.
Other comments from the board?
I echo those sentiments. Thank you.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move that we reject going after this grant at this time.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Ms. Watson?
I appreciate the motion that's being made. I think it's a little disingenuous because if, for instance, on Corinne's priority list, she rightly so puts ADUs as low priority because people can't buy water taps. The town's not letting people buy water taps for ADUs. They can't even extend water lines to a mother-in-law apartment on their property. So I don't understand how the town can start putting the eggs in the basket of getting into the low-income housing business when they've kind of forsaken all these people who could actually help open up their homes to create extra rooms and housing. You know, the increased prices we're seeing with water rates, you might see more housing opportunities open up where people have to rent a room out of their house. You know, maybe it's a single person. So there are a lot of different factors, I think, just looking at what could happen here with housing, just based on situations like the price of life. Yeah, I think it's going to compete on Corinne's list there, the strategic plan planning was was really emphasized in January through, I think, April. And that's going to be a lot of work, organizing those types of sessions. And I do think that's going to be, the water is going to be a very important part of that. So again, I think this type of grant is going to be around for a while. Affordable housing is going to continue to be a problem nationwide, and I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. So hopefully you'll consider the motion that's been made and vote for it. Thank you.
Anything else? Yes, Ms. Smith. Oh, Trustee Bellinger.
Oh, I just wanted to say that back when there was Space to Create, the board was all for this. We designated a place for this, and this housing study was the stumbling block. This is something that the board wants to do. This doesn't obligate us to, to pick up any shovel and start any project. This is the first thing in order to get any grant at any time, at any date in the future. We're going to have to do this at some point. And while the coffers are open right now, I think now is the time to do it.
Yes, Ms. Smith.
I've already expressed my feelings about this grant versus all the needs of the town, but one of the things I'd like to bring up, and Trustee Budinger, what you just said, may be the context I need, but on number 3, the town of Paonia owns vacant publicly owned real property within the town. It is the town's intent to develop the parcel into affordable housing. When has that been, has that been voted on?
Yes, that was discussed back when we were doing the Space to Create, and that piece of property was the designated piece of property for Space to Create.
But you could be selling that property. So you have obligated the town to that piece of property to be affordable housing for in perpetuity?
No.
Well, this is the problem I have with the grant then. I just don't feel like in this grant, which is not necessarily for Space to Create, it's a grant just for general housing study, you have decided for the citizens of the town of Paonia that that 3 acres is going to go to affordable housing. And I think that's a leap and has never been discussed other than during Space to Create. But this is outside of Space to Create, and I think the citizens, there are some people who might like to know about that 3-acre parcel and what, was there a vote that they will only have housing on it? So that's my concern about that. And again, there will be funding for housing studies in the future. We're not going to be out of our housing crisis on the Western Slope for a while, so I feel like this is misplaced timing.
Yes, Ms. Smith.
I believe that was another board and another time and another situation altogether. And having been reporting back in those days, I don't recall that being set aside for housing. It was one of the possible uses for it.
Board had to pick a place to continue on for Space to Create, and that was the place that they chose. Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Does this grant lock in this housing to that property?
I don't believe so, no. Can check with Mr. Levesque and see if that's the case or not, but I don't believe so. Yes, Ms. Pitt.
The way this is written, all the information you're providing is pretty much directed to that piece of property. So I think you need to be careful if you vote to go forward with this. You probably want to not say it can only be that piece of property if the town hasn't approved that. I think you're on a slippery slope here. And does the grant require that you have a place picked out you want the housing on? If they can't just look at our current housing situation, you have to dictate where the housing would go. And because, again, I don't know that this Board of Trustees can obligate the town to that just through a grant. Seems a little lopsided. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Watson.
So I see this as kind of pushing in the direction of obligating a piece of property that's in our water and sewer enterprise. It's part of our water system. It's property that could help pay down our debt. I mean, I hate to see it sold, but it's something that could take the burden of debt off of our shoulders. The people who are living here in town now, who there are people who have problems with paying their bills. There are people on fixed incomes, and taking a piece of property like that, writing in this grant that we'd consider lowered tap fees. I mean, who has to pay for that? That's the people who are living here. We will have to pick up the expense for that. So conversely, by creating a spot there for affordable housing, I think what's being suggested in this grant application is we'd be raising the cost of living on everybody else here. I'd like to see ways to support the people that we have here. I'd like to see jobs. I mean, I know Delta's put in affordable housing. I can see that. It's right next to Walmart. It's near the jobs. But why would you be adding more housing for people to move here so they can commute round trip 60 miles to where the jobs are? I mean, I think it's really complex. And if we did some sort of study, I'd like to see those kind of factors, like a real kind of intellectual discussion about this and presentation, because just providing housing is a very simplistic and easy way. But I think other communities, they look at the ADUs, they look at zoning and densities that they're allowing people. But more than anything, we do need to figure out what we're doing with our water. And I think to be fair to the residents of this town who we've restricted use of their property because of lack of water, we can't start putting our eggs in that basket out there, because we're going to be forgetting about the people who live here right now that have a hard time making ends meet too. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mark.
Whether or not new housing is needed is irrelevant until you know that there's water to provide to them. So I think you should skip this for now for that reason. And if you ever do take it up again, maybe start with steps 1 and 2 and leave step 3 out of it. Step 3 is the specific to the 149 Samuel Wade. So I think that you're kind of getting ahead of yourself here, Mayor Backren. And I wonder if you had any assistance in preparing this document?
Yes, I did. My sister helped me.
Okay.
And Ms. Ferguson. The 3 of us worked on this grant.
Okay, so there is already staff time involved. Staff time has already been given dedicated to this. Okay, thanks.
Yes, Mr. Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that we should go ahead with getting this report done. I think it'd be valuable for the town. I attended some of the meetings with the Space to Create group. If I remember right, they started in Minneapolis, about 1984, I believe. And I'm not criticizing that. They're doing some good projects around the state of Colorado. But you know, about 3 months ago, I heard a fantastic radio interview on KVNF, which I think is the best radio station in all of America. They were having an interview with a gentleman from the Telluride Association and what his group is doing with building. And I think that we should listen to that interview. It was they're doing something very similar to Space to Create is doing, very similar. But this is right down the street in Telluride. And they, this guy, I can't remember his name, it was about 3 months ago, from the Telluride Association, he invited people to get in touch with him and talk over things. And basically what they're doing is that they're saying, you know, out in the Western Slope, there's lots of towns that need housing. We always find, we can find towns that have land. They give us the land for free, we build at a real affordable rate. I think that might be something that we could consider. A question, and I guess Corinne can answer it. Where Paonia Soil Company has their supplies, was that land sold to them, or are they leasing it? Does the town still own that land?
It was sold to a previous owner who then sold it to Paonia Soil Company. The town does not own that property any longer.
Would that, in your opinion, and I mean this is kind of it might not be appropriate to be asking a quick yes or no question, would that have been an appropriate property for affordable housing, or any housing?
It was previously a house. So I would think that the area would have been proper for housing, but hindsight's always 20/20.
And then with the water taps, and obviously this is a big discussion, not just in Paonia. Did I hear it correctly that the town has 300 water taps from one of the mining companies?
The mining company has the water taps, we don't.
So they haven't given them to the town?
That is correct.
But they're obligated, are they obligated to give them to the town?
No.
They're not?
No, they own them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What time do we have to extend the meeting? Okay.
I move to extend the meeting another 20 minutes. That gives us 5 minutes for each of the final.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Did you have a comment you wanted to make, Mr. Bruner? Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second to not approve the grant application. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Well, it makes it a tie and it comes down to me. And you know, I was going to vote aye. Well, whatever. If we want to go ahead and table this and bring it to the board at the December 15th meeting, we can do that. We're gonna have to rewrite parts of the grant, but that's okay. But that'll also give me time to talk with Mr. Levesque and make sure that we're not obligated for strictly that piece of property. Okay?
I'd like to make a motion that we table this to the meeting of the 14th when we have a full board.
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Sure. All right, let's move on to the letter of support request from RCAC. I think we have a motion that was never resolved, correct, Mr. Bruner? Yeah. So, yeah, because
Yeah.
I was voting.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So if you abstain.
Yeah, so I think the thing would be to abstain, and then we
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bruner.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so we had 2 ayes, 2 nays, the mayor abstains. It's, okay, so redo.
Motion to table this until we have a full board on 14th.
Okay. Second. Ayes?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Bruner. All right, moving on to the letter of support request for RCAC. I believe it's entered in the packet. They were very generous to us, and all this is doing is thanking them and supporting, asking that they get funding again. Yes, Tammy.
I would just like to recommend a change. The in closing, it says the services we are receiving from RCAP are vital to our rural communities like ours. And I would recommend the next part of this be who lack either the resources, expertise, staff capacity, or financial support. Rather than, what we're saying is, we don't have any capacity to do anything, so thank you. I mean, it's a very negative way of putting this. Just a suggestion. So I would like to move that we change that sentence.
I want to move that we accept the or, yeah, do the letter of recommendation with the changes? Tammy needs to decide if she wants to do that or
Let's
not.
just go with this for right now. So,
So you just want the
Yeah.
changes at the end and not to approve the letter with the changes?
correct for now, because we haven't had, I don't think we've
Okay.
had the full conversation yet. Okay. So, yeah, just who lack either the resources, expertise, staff capacity, or financial support they need to operate their drinking water
Okay.
system. Thank you.
Did you get that, Amanda? All that?
Where are you looking at it?
It's the last paragraph, in closing.
Page 145.
Yeah, page 145.
You just mark it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to change the wording in the last paragraph of the letter. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Now, the next question is, do we want to send the letter amended?
I move that we approve the letter.
All right, discussion from the board? Okay, discussion from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I think this is a valuable service, and I support sending a letter, but I find this letter to be a little bit offensive. If you read the letter before about the housing, it's like we're great and we have managerial success and we can implement grants and we have this competent planning commission and in this one it's saying we didn't have the knowledge or resources necessary to adequately attack the issues until your representative became involved. I mean, it's like, who is writing these things? And I just, it's to read these things as a citizen, it's almost really upsetting that you think that we're this stupid, you know. And I think there's some stuff in here that needs to come out. And we're sobbing about our median household income, and we're well under the limit. But we want to do an $8 increase in the water rates. We're not even accepting his recommendation of $3. I mean, I really appreciate him. I really appreciated his presentation. We've needed this for a long time. But I'm just kind of speechless by this. Thank you.
Okay, so any further comment from the public? All right, we have a motion and a second to send the letter. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
There is a timeline on this, is there not? Okay.
She hasn't voted
I
yet.
did vote.
Okay,
I
So-
voted
We have a
aye.
tie, Mayor.
so we have a tie? Okay, then I vote we send the letter. All right, moving on. Police Chief Recruiter update. Ms. Ferguson. Yes, Mr. Mark.
There was never any discussion on the,
Oh,
you guys
then
went
we
over the-
tabled it and bring it
went over
back
the
at the
grant
next meeting.
itself, but not the process.
Well, it'll all come back at the next meeting.
Very well.
All right, Ms. Ferguson.
As was directed by the town, we published a request for proposal specific to hiring a recruiter for the police chief position. I solicited 7 individual companies as well as published the request for proposal. 1 proposal was received. The staff recommendation was to return to the original discussion held at the first meeting in August, where the board agreed to move forward with advertising the position and creating a panel of local people familiar with the town and law enforcement in the area to move forward with the hiring process. Staff still recommends that, but the 1 proposal that was received has been included in the packet.
Discussion by the board. Mr. Knudsen.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. At the risk of a lot of outrage, I do think that this is a good proposal. I think we've advertised the position and got squat for people applying for it. My experience with recruiters over several decades is that they can be really effective in finding people that you're looking for who aren't necessarily looking for a job, but are very capable in what they're doing. That's the value of a recruiter. Typically, when you advertise a position, the people you reel in are people who are looking for jobs, and they look at the postings, and there may not be good reasons that they're doing that, but I think that our first attempts at putting it out there, I think, was a pretty broad brush, and we didn't get much. That's why I think this may be a approach worth trying.
Ms. Ferguson, would you like to respond to that?
I would just state that we did receive applications, but in my absence during COVID, the board made a decision to go with recruiters, so they were notified to stay in contact, at which time the board made a decision on whether or not that was the direction they were going to go. We had 4 applications in at that time, and I've had I would say at least 4 to 6 conversations with other individuals who wanted to apply for the position while we were waiting for this RFP period to complete.
Okay, further, yes, Mr. Johnson.
What is the search area that the CML, CMI, CML, yeah, I should put my glasses on, I guess. Yeah, and Police 1 will cover.
Police 1 is national, and CML it's the Colorado Municipal League, but and so of course anyone in Colorado or anyone that's searching for employment in Colorado and municipal government would have access.
Thank you.
Other comments from the board? Yes, Mr. Knut.
Just one other thing. I don't see that any trustee is on this list. Am I missing something here? Of the interviewing panel. I think the interviewing panel is somewhat flawed.
Initially, there was a member from the committee, but of course that could be modified. The panel can be comprised of whatever group of individuals the board would think was an appropriate panel.
One more comment. In professional searches, typically you have a screening committee that looks at the applications and narrows it down, and then you have a final selection committee, and I think we're confusing those with this list. Ideally, if you have just 2 or 3 people, do the screening and give the top candidates on. I think that's a better use of everyone's time.
All right, further discussion from the board? From the public? Okay, Ms. Watson?
We have back the badge money, don't we? That's kind of put a lot of money into our police budget, and I think it would be really interesting to go ahead and investigate using this professional company. I think it would be a really great place to start. I think chief of police, it's a really important position, and to get someone who's really professional, you know, and to cast that wide net. I know we've had a lot of problems with staff leaving, and I think it would just be interesting to use this. I'm looking at this search committee here, if we don't use it, and I'm not really impressed by what I see here. I think, it could be very time consuming also for the town administrator. I think, again, we're delegating this to an outsourcing and delegating, and I think that might be actually pretty helpful. Yeah, and in light of the fact that I don't think, it seems like we've advertised a lot for different things and we haven't had people come forward for positions, I think this would be worth a shot. I do appreciate Trustee Knutsen's suggestions on that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bruner?
I would prefer to see the professional recruiter, but I don't have any illusion that that's the way it's going to go. But I will say that I think the list for the committee is, as Mr. Knudsen says, is flawed. I object to having people who will be subservient or under lower on the organizational chart being involved in hiring their new boss. I don't think that's a good practice.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? I don't believe so. Okay, would somebody like to make a motion? Yes, Ms. Smith.
I move that we accept the proposal from GPS for the at a cost of no more than $15,500 for the proposal to provide professional executive search services for the police chief position of the town of Paonia.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second. Could I make a comment?
Yes, please.
If this does get approved, I'd be willing to volunteer my time to assist in management of the recruiters, since I've done so much of that in my career. I have over 30 years of working with recruiters, and it may help town staff and help the process move a lot further. But I would want the board to allow that to happen, because that's maybe doing too much of a dive.
Okay, well, let's deal with the first motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Now, would we like to make a motion to allow Trustee Knudsen to help in the process?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Would that be as a screening service or as the final end? And do we plan on adjusting the names of the ones on this RP?
I'm going to stop you for 1 second, and we need to extend the meeting again. Oh, I thought you said 15 minutes. Oh, so we have 5 more. All right. Talk on, Mr. Johnson.
I think I was done.
I think he needs a response. I was thinking more in terms of managing I'm not talking about doing the nuts and bolts of the selection process. I'm talking about managing the recruiting firm, working as the interface to manage the recruiting firm so that they know exactly what they're doing and we know exactly what they're doing. I just have a lot of experience with recruiters in the past, and I thought it could be helpful to staff.
Good, yeah. I
yes,
would
Ms.
support
Smith.
that.
Having worked at Chaco and seen then HR director's Knudsen's skills, I think he's perfect for the job.
Yes, Mr. Mark.
I'm completely flabbergasted that you guys have decided that this is a great idea, and it's going to be a cinch, slam dunk, in 5 minutes to use a recruiting firm to hire talent. And 2 years ago, it was completely out of the question. And I've been told repeatedly since then how difficult it is to find people and how hard it is and how much work is involved and how expensive it's going to be. And now it's like, oh, yeah, no, this is a good choice. Thanks. I'll volunteer my time. Right? Do you see the disconnect? Yeah, not if you can hear me. Anybody? Nothing? Like.
Thank you, Mr. Markle.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your
and
comments.
Specifically regarding this, I'm not so sure about these guys. One of the examples that they cite, I forget the name of the town. I looked up their, it was a town manager that they were hiring for. And since then, the town manager has been replaced and they have an interim. Yes, I think that's Elizabeth, yeah. Although they do have a guarantee. I'm not sure the terms on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? All right, we have a motion to have Mr. Knudsen help out. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Motion passes. All right, next we're going to do board consideration of town attorney. Yes.
So on that vote, I need to let you know that that is going to have to be in addition to the budget. That is not in there, so I will have to figure that out.
Okay, thank you. All right, town attorney proposal.
Thank you, Mayor. So there was only one response to the RFP that was submitted. It was from Jeffrey Conklin with Carp New out of Glenwood Springs. And so the question that I have for the trustees is, do you guys want to review that proposal and interview Mr. Conklin, or would you like to renotice the RFP with an attempt to try to get more than one proposal?
Board discussion, yes, Ms. Mick?
How can we know if we want to interview him if we haven't even seen the proposal? I was hoping it would be in the packet, so that's my comment.
We can certainly circulate it to the trustees. I think it contains some information that until there would be the approval, we'd want to keep confidential, but we'll get it to the trustees, and I wasn't aware that that wasn't the case, but we'll get it to you guys. So.
And I would add that the reason that wasn't included was because if the board made a decision to request other RFPs, and this one was going to be included, as it is with other RFPs that the town receives, the ones making the decision wouldn't be privileged to any of them ahead of anybody else. So that's why it's not included in the packet.
Okay. Further discussion from the board? Yes.
Hey, seriously, did anyone consider a recruiter? If we only got
Okay.
one response.
All right. We have 1 minute left. So I think we need to extend the meeting again.
I move we extend the meeting another 5 minutes.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. All right, so
I'd like to make a motion that we extend the recruitment for the attorney and see if we have any better luck by December 14th.
do I hear a second?
Proposals would be received up until the 14th.
We have to have them ready for the packet, so they'd have to be received in order to get in the packet.
That's 2 weeks.
Be
The 10th?
the 10th, yeah.
And then we would include those in the packet.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, do I hear a second?
Second.
Further discussion from the board? From the public? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, last we have the town holiday closure request. So staff requests that we close the office for a half a day on December 23rd, close all day December 24th, then of course closed over the Christmas weekend, and do the same for New Year's. Board discussion? Mr. Johnson.
Is that what we did last year?
It's a little bit different because Christmas Eve and Christmas Day fell on work days, so it was actually longer. This is less time off requested this year in comparison to last year.
Thank you.
Would someone like to make a motion?
In the spirit of holiday season, I'd like to move that we approve the holiday closure request for the town.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Mr. Bruner?
You can rule me out of order, but it's the only way I could get this in. I think what just happened was the finance officer took it as a directive to change the budget without a vote of the board. And my question is, why couldn't the funds for that recruiter come out of the unused funds in the police budget from this year? So you can throw me out.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. All right, we have completed our agenda, and Oh, yeah, we can do that.
Excuse me. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the expenditure in the police department budget of the amount for the recruiter.
Do you have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, now I'm adjourning the meeting. Thank you, everyone. We had a long agenda and everybody hung in there, and thank you. This has been one of the best meetings we've had in a long time. Thank you very much.